And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company, and we're doing another Seamoss live talk, whatever, you know what we do. Every Sunday and Wednesday, we get together and we talk about Seamoss and all things related to Seamoss. I'm just opening up the clubhouse room, and let me know if you guys want to join in on the actual conversation. Get it on the video here. I will add the links to the chat now to get started. Hey, Angelica, um, or is it Angelica? Anyways, welcome to the Clubhouse Talk, and we're talking about CMOS and CMOS related stuff. I'm just starting the room now, so it's going to take a couple minutes for people to come in. But let me know if you have any questions or if there's anything you want to talk about CMOS while the room starts kind of filling up. Oh. And I'm going to bring in, oh, here it is, the link to invite the guest. Here's the link. Sometimes it won't work directly if you click it, but if you select it, do copy and paste into a URL, you'll be able to join in and use that to link. So definitely, I want to start by wishing everybody Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I hope everybody got everything that they wanted for Christmas and more. Tonight's talk is going to be an open, I guess, discussion about all kinds of things CMOS. I'll probably bring up some CMOS related information that I study, but also touch a little bit on starting your business and growing it, understanding a little bit of the marketing side, which I think is something that is grossly underlooked when it comes to starting the business. Hey, how you doing? Hey,
Hi, how are you?
good, good. How are you?
I'm great. Glad to finally connect. Is this St. Lucia Seamoss
Yeah, this is Julian from St. Lucian Seamoss Company.
Guru?
Yeah, the Seamoss monk.
Hi, Julian. I'm so glad it's you.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm so glad it's you. Great. I'm great. Merry Christmas. Happy Thanksgiving. All that good stuff.
Yes, and you too. Thank you so much. How's your holidays been?
It's a little rocky, but God is good. We pulled through and made it through.
That's good.
Now I'm just trying to focus more on my personal goals and aspirations. I got some really good gifts for Christmas that I can now kind of incorporate my moss and my elderberry recipes for the community and this new strand of COVID that's come through. So I'm just really interested on not talking so much about it and just doing it right now. Like I'm really on fire about doing it.
Well, this is that kind of time of the year. Everybody's starting their New Year's resolution. It's all going to, I mean, I don't know. I'm energized I'm excited about what this new year is going to be. And whereas, like, maybe 2 weeks ago, I was in that sort of winding down of the year stage, I'm more like on fire about, like, okay, what's going to happen this year? Like, what are the plans? And I mean, I feel like in the last couple of weeks, a lot of things have been changing in the CMOS industry. So I'm really excited to see how things are going to progress in the new year. How it's going to
play out.
Yeah, definitely. I see a lot of.
I think more and more people, the masses are starting to connect. They're starting to see, what we've seen for a while, that this is a direct connect to our generational health.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's even important for us to get more organized in a way, you know what I mean, for this business, so that
absolutely
more people, because like as things grow, more attention is going to come to it, you know what I mean, and with more attention, it just means you got to kind of be more aware of dotting your I's and crossing your T's kind of thing,
Right. I'm so glad I found you. Gosh, you're just like the guru of this business. I've been telling a lot of people, different people about you, and you'd be surprised how many people know about you and follow you from the West Coast.
Really? I had no idea. No.
I think someone's at the door, kids. Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, puppy. All right, I'm going to mute so that doesn't disturb us.
No problem. No problem. And I'm just going to start. I was trying to do the live stream on whatchamacallit on Instagram, but I have a feeling it's not working, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I got an alert for that right before I got the alert for this. And this is my first time actually entering your room on here. Mm-hmm. So I wasn't sure if it was actually you or not. So I was actually just kind of sneaking in just to see if I could pick up on the voice. Yeah. To see if it was you, and I'm so glad it was. So that's cool.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we're on YouTube, Instagram, or I was trying to do Instagram and Facebook on a couple groups.
Oh yeah, you're the man. You're spreading your wings wider and wider here.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to. I mean, it's all this technology. You gotta
definitely.
how you say it. Take advantage of it and learn how this stuff works, so that you can
right.
Utilize Definitely. It to its fullest.
It's a lot more accessible than what us old heads actually are aware of.
Yes, definitely. and what's amazing is a lot of people may not watch the shows right away, but it's the repeats and the
oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, mm-hmm. There's amount of people. Yeah,
I learn a lot from the repeats. Like, I'm a note taker, and I like to listen. I go back and I listen, and I get my little pen and paper out and screenshot and take mm-hmm. notes, and
so
from what I need and what I should know.
Yeah. So what are your plans for this year? Like, what are you excited to, I guess, launch or release?
In a really quick nutshell, I was wanting to make flavored sea moss. I was wanting to do like smoothies and all that kind of drag, like fruit flavored. Mm-hmm. Now that we're getting into the nitty gritty of this COVID and these different strands and things, I'm not so much interested in the frilly pretty of it. I'm really interested more or less now in going with the straight gels and the elderberry syrups. Those are what I've been getting hit up about the most. The elderberry concoctions for flu and runny nose and all that good stuff, and just the daily Seamoss orders. So me, myself, personally, I was dragging my feet. I'm a mother, single mother of 4. So I was kind of, my finances weren't in order. I didn't want to buy my blenders and my Seamoss and my dehydrator, my juicer, all of this stuff at one time. I wasn't in a position to just do all of that at once. You know what I mean? So I kind of had to go step by step. So now I'm at the position where I've got my supplies ready and I just need to order my Seamoss. Mm-hmm. I think I've taken enough notes to, come up with at least 4 good recipes that I can piggyback off of and see what type of traction I can get. So that's what my goal is right now for the Bay Area to just explode. I live in Oakland. Mm-hmm. In the northern part of northern Oakland. Nice. And so I've noticed that, it's not so saturated. There are a couple of people out in the Bay Area that are doing like Seamoss juices. They're doing, different concoctions, different mixtures, different things. And they're doing pills and just a lot of different things. But it's not as well known as we would like it to be, as we would need it to be.
Yeah,
I think that we can definitely get more from the Seamoss and our natural herbs than what is being put on the market with the FDC.
Oh, for sure.
So yeah, that's what I'm interested in. I kind of missed my son's football season, but that's okay because spring is right around the corner. So the other kids are going to be into soccer and track. So hopefully I can build up some traction within the next couple of months. And then by the time, our games and our meets get started, I can set up a little booth. And, when the rating season has stopped, I can get out into the flea markets and things like that.
Yeah. or even see how you could wholesale to stores and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you have a marketing plan to get even like started, or?
I definitely have a market. I live in a pretty residential, community-based area, right? So I'm surrounded by like Whole Foods and Sprouts, and the Bay Area, California is very health conscious, except they're not organically health conscious. They are store-bought health conscious. If you understand what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't. There's not so much saturation of people that are doing things like what I'm doing. There may be about 10 from in a 20-mile radius. You know what I mean? 30-mile radius. So in my opinion, that's pretty good. And I've got at least about 20 people that are seriously interested in being continuous buyers.
Oh.
From the age group of like 25 to 30.
That's
so
good.
I figure, with those 10 people, word of mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And then now, like you said, with the social medias and the different technologies, my younger sister was telling me, like, what about an app? Like, have you thought about, maybe creating an app, and then that way you would be able to reach the masses? And so I'm like, okay, that sounds great, but let me get my little traction first,
Yeah. Because even
I don't want to jump in over my head. That's what I'm most afraid of is,
mm-hmm.
Spending all this money on all my supplies and everything that I need, and then not being able to get it off.
Or not even like doing it.
Right.
What if you started to hate
I love doing it because I enjoy taking care of people. I'm like the mother of the family, the neighborhood.
Okay.
So I know that I'm going to love doing it. Like, that's not going to be the problem. Right. I'm just most worried about it, people not really getting on board with it, not really wanting to purchase it.
You know what? It really comes down to the amount of people that you put in front of it. Because in the beginning, it's going to look like no one wants the product.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
But it's almost like for every 100 people you speak to, you might get one or two people. I think the conversion on an average product in the average market is like 2 to 3%. So that means for every 100 people you talk to, you might get 2 sales, 2.5 sales.
Got you. Okay, and you just got to be ready for that. Okay.
Yeah, that's that, and that it goes like that. And even with me as a real estate, like I work, my general profession is real estate, right? And like for us, it's like I think it's like every 200 people I meet or whatever, I may get one lead from that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So there's a lot of rejection, and that's something a lot of people don't
and that's
calculate.
What kind of took me so long to really make my to just purchase, is because I was kind of nervous about that, and I didn't want to waste it. I'm not in a position again to just be peddling dreams. You know what I mean? I need this to go or not.
Well, my experience in any business that I've had or started, you always just want to do enough to do proof of concept. You know what I mean? Start it out, get it going. Have a few people like taste like what you're doing right now by having those 10 people that are regularly committed. That's perfect because that's going to be your base to start your proof of concept to keep you going to get you to the next phase where you start introducing it to new people.
And then my other question and concern is with my social media. Again, I'm a mom, but I'm a private person. I do have Instagram and Facebook, but I very rarely post. I'm more of a researcher, reader. So I very rarely post. And what I do post is normally just, pictures of the kids and the family. It's never really anything personal. So right now, my younger sister is telling me, like, you need to cross over. Either you need to create another page that is going to be directly devoted to that, or you need to start dropping, those little gems and hints on your personal page that your Moss is coming, so that, people will kind of be buzzed around it. So I guess my question to you is, I found a lot of things to post about and talk about pertaining to my Moss and, the great benefit of it. But how do I collectively do that in a way that doesn't look junky or fake or forced or copied, for that matter?
One, I would start doing what I call like the 80/20. So just
Okay.
80% of stuff unrelated to CMOS, right? It could be house stuff. It could be like about other herbs. It could be like what you did that day or whatever. And then 20% of you actually selling your particular CMOS. You don't want to get into a habit of every time people see you, you're hawking your wares in a sense. You know what I mean? At least not in.
You're just walking, talking CMOS all the time.
Yeah, at least not in social media. In person, you could always talk about CMOS. In fact, people should be sick of you talking about CMOS in person. You know what I mean? But on social media, you want to mix it up a little so that you because people need to connect.
Organic.
That definitely, right? And you almost have to do things that are not perfect, that are not don't spend so much. Like what I've learned now is that in the market, that there was a time where first impressions were everything, right? Because there wasn't a lot enough content out, so if you slipped and fell, everybody knew about it. It was the talk for years. Now so much shit happens that you fall, and you could fall flat on your face, and people will walk right by you because it's like, we've seen that before, that happened before. Do you know what I mean? And in some cases, the people that will really become the connected with you most are the ones that have watched you through your struggle from starting from the bottom. Everybody loves that Drake story where you're from nobody to now you're the superstar. You know what I mean? And you got to be honest and authentic all the way. So I don't know. And people want to, they want to buy from people that they like, know, and trust. So I know, like you're saying, you don't want to do personal. Maybe if that's your case, then don't decide the level of how personal you want to be. And remember that even what you show, you can control. You don't have to show everything that you know what I mean? Like no one sees my family, even though I'm personal and I'm, you know what I mean? Like you can connect with
maybe
me.
promoting, maybe pictures of my kids drinking their moss after school, or after football practice, our little daily smoothies, our family time making them, or something like that.
If you want to, right? Don't do it if you don't feel comfortable doing it, because then they'll see the inauthenticity in it. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
If you like it and that's what you do, then that's fine. If you don't, then show some other people's kids or something. Or, I think one of the best things to do is just have random people on the street and get them to try your CMOS.
Really? I never even thought of that. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm in a really busy metro area too. I'm like near a BART station, near tons of bus stops, a wash house, all that good stuff.
Yeah. I would even do, how they have like the Taste Pepsi challenge? Do something like that, but it's like it's all your CMOS, but like what flavor do you like the most?
Right.
You know what I
I was
mean?
gonna start, just the basic strawberry, mango, pineapple.
Yeah. But get them
something like that, stuff that people normally go for. Okay, all right. I've got my little nifty pen and paper. Thank you, Mr. Julien.
You're welcome. But seriously, I think if someone were to set like in some kind of like black farmers market or some kind of like
got one of those close by.
Caribbean place.
Every week.
Yeah, and you had some booth where you just sat up and said, you know what I mean? Take the challenge.
We have one of those.
Yeah, take the challenge, CMOS, whatever, and then have the camera just like rolling and give away free CMOS and use that all as a way to build content and get people's
promotion and content. Yes, the kids could be taking pictures. It could be like our own little private personal advertisement.
Yeah.
Our own little commercials.
Yeah, it's a dual purpose.
The way and that the people are recording the reels and things like that now.
Yeah, and then get them to taste the CMOS and try it. And then when they get off camera, get them maybe to fill out a form where it's like, hey, can you just give us the feedback about this product? You know what I mean? Like
that sounds cool.
Yeah. Okay. And you might win something, we might win 6 months worth of free CMOS. That's what's crazy. Yeah, that's what's crazy too. The margins are so insane on gel CMOS that I don't understand why people aren't just giving them away to get as contests, whatever, to get people involved. You know what I mean? And that's something.
You know what? It's funny you say that because even with it being so saturated, it is so expensive even still. And every time someone mentions this to me, I always say the same thing. Why don't you just buy it raw? I don't understand how you're paying $40 for 8 ounces of Seamoss gel.
Because
Hey, I guess that's good for us, right?
Because the time and that it takes to make it and the cleanup is unbearable for them.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
yep.
That's it. Because you will find
it's not fun to them.
Yeah, you will find you have two customers that you will deal with. Ones that are want to know how you make it so that they can make it themselves, and ones that want to know how to make it so that they try to make it themselves, but then they'll turn around and hate it. And so a lot of times, like people are afraid to, because here's what I recommend to all like people that I talk to. If you're selling gels, you want to have at least a little bit of dried sea moss to sell them if they need it. You don't push it a lot, you don't promote it a lot, but it's on the website and it's on like your price card. You know what I mean?
And you've got it available if someone asks for it.
Exactly, because there's going to be that person that decides that they want to make it themselves. And if you're sort of like, no, this is my secret, you can't hang on to you can't have this, then they're going to go search for somewhere. Like what I found is in this day and age, there's no secrets anymore. Before there was this day where it was like the game is to be sold, not to be told. Google,
nope, not anymore.
Google fucked that up.
We got YouTube and Instagram.
That's what I'm saying.
Like it's.
I want to know anything. I go on Google and I go on YouTube and I learn everything. So it's there, right?
I was thinking about gummies. I was thinking about the Seamoss gummy, and I was like, well, gosh, what would I use to hold it together? Da, 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 da. Yeah. Man, I went on YouTube and I must have came up with at least 15 different recipes.
And you can put all those together and make your own recipe.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So yeah, getting to the point is that you trying to hold that secret, they're going to go and find the information somewhere, and so if they don't get it from you, they're going to go and buy from someone else. Now, there's going to get to that point where they get the gel, they try to make it, and they'll realize they either love making it or they can't stand it. Now, if they went to someone else and that person sells the gel also, well, you're cut out of the mix because there's no way he's going back. They're going back to you to buy the gel after they just bought the raw off this guy, and they sell the gel too. They're just going to go like the path to east, like this is like water. You know what I mean? So the path to the easiest resistance is what they're going to do.
The path of the easiest. Yep, you want to work smarter, not harder.
The least resistance. So the whole point is you don't be afraid to sell your secret. You know what I mean? Even if your recipe is, you think your recipe is the best recipe, guaranteed someone else has a better recipe. One. Two, most people that you give your recipe, they're never going to follow the recipe exactly anyways.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And
they're always going to put their spin on it.
Exactly. And if you're really that, like protective, then don't give them all the, the directions. Just give them the basics. But don't turn them away and say, oh, like, I'm gonna hold, you know what I mean? Because you're doing yourself a disservice. You want to be the guy that they come to when they need help.
Exactly. The questionnaire.
For whatever reason. You know what I mean? That's
and it's no longer just mine.
And that's another thing that I need to like kind of stress with people when it comes to scaling this business. You need to take care of every person that buys from you. Do you know what I mean? Like the one thing I see a lot is there's not enough, like I don't see businesses working on their regular business, like their repeat clientele. You know what I mean? Those guys are the guys you have to nurture and be really nice to, and you know what I mean?
Right. They start off that way, but it doesn't stay that way. It's not consistent. Yeah, you have to be about your daily business the same way. It's kind of like when you're married, the way that you met her is the way that you keep her.
Well, the one thing that I realized, so recently we did this sale, right? And mind you, I'm going to do a little bit of shameless promotion right now. We still have the sale going on, although I changed it slightly. Originally, it was spend $500 and you save 50% off that price. It was unheard of. And
that's crazy.
Yeah, so like a 30-pound, like what we normally sell for $30 a pound, we were selling for 15. That's the cheapest. We've never gone that low. And so the purpose of us
gone that low.
No.
Were you just doing an experiment, my guy?
No. So what it was is just before Christmas, we were getting a lot of reports of Seamoss farmers that weren't able to sell their Seamoss for whatever reason. The sales weren't just enough, you know what I mean? And so some people were eating and some weren't. And so the I was talking to my partner and we were kind of like, what do we do about this? Like this really sucks. Like we were tight for cash. Like we barely had money ourselves. So he was like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, you know what? Let's just create a crazy sale and let's just drum up some business and we'll plow it right back into the business and this will go towards the farmers because now I can go buy Seamoss off them. Right. And it worked. It was really good. The sales did a lot of sales in the last couple of weeks. And the one thing that it made me realize and think about was about the importance of keeping in touch with, like, I guess my core business. Like almost like you need to have these guys that are like your evangelists that will go out and they support you all the time and they're excited. You know, because there was a couple of guys where I was like, hey, I'm doing this. Are you down? And they're like, yeah, put me down for this much. Put me, you know what I mean? And really, if I sat there on the phone and really worked it, I probably could have like tripled the sales that we did.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because and so that's where I was like, you know what? It's so good that I have these relationships where I can just pick up the phone with these guys and just say, hey, I need you to buy some Seamoss.
Julien, this is freaking insane. I'm looking at your page. If I don't make my purchase like tonight, then I'm just must not even be interested. This is freaking crazy.
Now's the time to spend some money and save.
Oh my God! If I just spend $100, like I will.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But try to spend 1,000 because then you'll really save.
Try to spend 1,000. Try to spend at least 500, my girl.
Yeah.
At least.
Please.
Oh, you've even got the purple on sale.
Mm-hmm.
You got everything.
Yeah. I try.
I try.
But yeah, I think that the sale went good, and
okay. Now, what's the salt, Julien? What's the same?
The Seamoss salt. So first, I'll say this: we're gonna adjust the prices on the salt because it is a little bit high. Although that price really is for the clean salt, and this is the Seamoss salt that comes from the Seamoss. When the Seamoss dries, it forms like these salt crystals. And so we collect that, and
you collect that. Oh, okay, got you. This is better than the sea salt that we buy in a bottle.
Yes, except the sea salt. How do I say it? Excuse me. It's very. I got to figure out a way to really sort of filter and clean this salt, because what I'm finding is that unless you're sifting it through a certain sort of like I guess the micron mesh, you can sometimes get sea debris in it, like leaves, like sand, and that kind of stuff. And if you were to say use this in your food, it wouldn't be that great. So I do have some stuff that where I've kind of sifted at that point where I'm confident to say, yeah, you can use this in your foods. But for the most part, this stuff is really good for like putting in skin products and putting it in like your bath. So if you wanted to like soak in like Epsom salts, this would be good. And so when you do order it, it says like a quarter ounce, half ounce, couple ounce. I usually double that or triple that because when the Seamoss isn't that fine and clean, it's not as expensive. So I guess my whole point is saying is try the salt, but know that you're going to get a better deal than the salt than what's listed there. Like I usually don't.
So right now, at this point, with the level of cleaning that you've done to it, it would be good more or less for like pain and joint.
Yes.
Kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Like if you wanted to mix it into a cream and use that cream to rub on you, or use it in like a bath bomb. Yeah.
I'm thinking about that because my son's a football player and he's got some major little knee aches and pains right now. So I think that might be beneficial.
Well, you know what? Make a note when you put your order so I know exactly which account yours is, and I'll just throw in some free salt for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm on the site right now doing my...
Yeah, because what been doing a lot lately is I've been just giving people samples of the salt and saying, look, make some products from it. and let me know what you made from it and how it worked. You know,
Gotcha.
and for me, I don't think it's fair for me to sell you that Seamoss if I'm going to get it, get some feedback from your use of it in return. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's just
Yeah, I
it's
totally get it.
tit for tat kind of thing.
Yeah, tit for tat.
Yeah.
You're such about the community. That's why you always come out on top.
Oh, thank you. I like to
Always,
think I
like,
come out on
it's dope.
top. Not always the case, but you know what it is.
Yeah.
You enjoy what you do. That's the
Right,
one thing I
right.
can say. I really enjoy what I do.
And you have to enjoy it in order for you to be, so gracious about it.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
like you said, some people love the natural of doing the moss, and others don't. You either like it or love it. Like me, myself personally, I love the idea of searching for treasures through the moss before I soak it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's fun to me.
Yeah, to see how it blends up and it soaks.
Yeah, all
Yeah.
that good drag. So that's dope. That's a part of the beauty of it, of bringing it all together, starting from start to finish.
For sure. For sure. For sure.
What happened to your guy? He was on an island. I think it was I forget his name, but it was one of your guys that you had contact with that had a lot of natural herbs in his front and backyard. I want to say he was on. I think he was in St. Lucia. I'm not sure though exactly where he was.
Was he on the Instagram lives that we were doing?
Yeah, he was on one. He was consistently on the Instagram lives a lot of the time.
Oh, that was Kevin.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was from Jamaica. We haven't talked in a
Yeah,
while. You know what I mean? I should give him a shout. Think, me and him, I don't know. Sometimes when you do business with friends, things.
Do you come across a lot of natural herbalists that are either selling or that try to like incorporate you into their process with their herbs? Because I noticed you kind of stay away from all that extra stuff. Like you stay true to what you do, which is the Seamoss King.
Yeah, I only because it's so busy, it's hard to focus anything else. We've been trying to get soursop leaves and bay leaves, and we've been looking at getting spices like cinnamon sticks. I've brought cocoa sticks in, and I think this year that's going to be a year where I'm going to really start working on
expanding a bit.
Yes, getting the supply in. You know what I mean? And so yeah. But the thing I definitely will stay true to for the most part is just sell stuff from St. Lucia. Like I'm all about pushing St. Lucian's products, and just there's so much opportunity down there, and just the biodiversity of the products there is you know what I mean, and the quality of everything. It's
what is the best time of year to visit St. Lucia?
Anytime.
Anytime. The weather is beautiful and pretty consistent. Anytime.
Yeah, I mean there is a rainy season. There's a hurricane season, so you want to try and avoid that. But like now is a good time. We're heading into sort of like the dry season, which is like December to almost like April, May, and then it starts getting a little bit wet, and then they get the hurricane season in August.
The family has gone to Jamaica like over and over again, so I've been really like pushing St. Lucia, like let's go to Lucia, let's go to St. Lucia.
Yeah, you should.
Let's do something different.
Yeah. Oh, and there's so much natural like features in St. Lucia. Like they have a rainforest. They have like sort of like a desert area. They have like all this different type of tropical hiking. A lot of different
tropical things and things for tourists to visit and see.
Yeah, and even just you have to go to the mud baths, the hot springs that they have there. Oh, it's like amazing.
Sounds beautiful.
Gorgeous. Trust me, it's like a hot mineral bath, and you feel like amazing, and you feel like it just turns back the clock, the time. Now,
is Seamoss safe for animals and pets to ingest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. It's amazing for pets. Pets love it. I've heard a few stories of people giving it to their pets on their pet food, and also on like their skin. So like they'll take the gel and say if there's like a sore or some kind of area like mange or something like that. Some guy was telling me about like they have this thing called hot spots or hot something on some dog's ears, and he was putting it on there and having great results. You know? Okay. Yeah, someone just right here on the Facebook Live, they say, I give my dog Seamoss. You know? I'm excited. Yeah. It's going to be very interesting. No, you should, and document it. You know what I mean? Because that could be a new product for you to show people. Yeah, it could be a whole new gateway. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I just got a little doggy of my own, so he's going to be my sampler. Yeah. You know what I mean? We'll see how it goes. You can make it into like almost like a flavored gel that you kind of mix into the into the food. You know, even mix it with. See if he goes for it. Yeah, mix it with like, what is they call it? Bone broth. That would be cool. Taking bone broth. Say that again, Julien? Bone broth. So you know what bone broth? You know what? Broth. Oh yeah. And then using the bone broth to make the gel, and then using that as dog food. So it's got like. That sounds delicious. The even dog. For a pet. Yeah, even for humans, a dog would just eat that shit up, man. He would die. I think my dog is like, he's hearing me talk about it and he's salivating. He's like, well, bone broth. Right, like, what kind of bone are you talking about? Talking about this for me? Yeah. That sounds great. Yeah. All right, Julien. Well, I'm about to start preparing dinner now. Okay. I'm so glad to speak with you, and I'm about to place my gosh darn order right now while I've got this sale. Okay. And I put in my little comment for seller sea salt sample. Okay, sounds good. And if you have, my name is Angel Gibson. If it doesn't, because on site it says Angelica Pearl. Yeah, I was saying that. So I know now the Angel, because I recognize the last name. You've ordered from us before, right? Yeah. Only once. Yeah, I remember the last name, Gibson. Yeah. But all right, you have a great evening, and thanks for opening up tonight. Hey, my pleasure. We try to do this every Sundays and Wednesdays. So if you got more time to come in and talk, put that in my on my to-do list. Yeah, come back and join, and let's talk about Seamoss. All righty, have a good one. You too. Bye-bye. All right, bye. Wow, I got to start taking notes when I do these live streams. Because look, I just came up with like about 3 or 4 different products. You know what I mean? It says here, I'm going to try it on my shepherd sore and the bone broth gel. Great idea. Yeah, I mean, that's like genius idea. Bone broth mixed in with Seamoss gel, and then you mix it into the food, like the kibble or whatever it is. It's going to... Yeah, Mason, you like bone broth? He's like, stop teasing me. I know you're not making me bone broth. Yeah, bone broth Seamoss. Booyah, you know? And that's another thing, like Seamoss powder, you could probably mix that into the food. Because, like, I think if you're going to, you got to figure out some way to make it so that the dog wants to ingest the Seamoss part. Otherwise, you'll mix it in. Huh? Yeah, you can't just give the Seamoss just Seamoss because they're just kind of like what it. I know sometimes it's like what, because I think sometimes they see us eat something and then they register in their head that is some, like, even though it tastes like garbage because we're eating it's like, well, I don't like. It's just like how humans are. It's like you see someone else doing it, you think, like, I'm sure kids, like, when they first tasted beer, hated beer, but everybody drinks beer. You know what I mean? So it's like that with dogs. It's like, but they see their dad doing it or whatever. So it's like, oh, I want to be like that. So the dogs just want to be like us, and so that's why they eat the garbage. Now, if we could just get them eating the Seamoss, you know. So yeah, but that's a great idea. The Seamoss, just recapping that. So what are we gonna talk about next? Let me know if anybody wants to join in on the live stream and talk with me live, or you can come in on the clubhouse. I can post a link to the clubhouse for you guys if you want to check it out. Looks like I wasn't able to do a live stream on Instagram, which really kind of sucks. But, it is what it is. Unfortunate, but where am I here? I'll get it right for the next time. And let's see. Well, that's what I wanted to do was add the link to join in the group chat and close that. Oh, so that was case closed saying that. Nice. Welcome. Oh, there it is in the chat already. Cool. So I don't know. Let me know if anybody has any questions they'd like to see answered, or I can just start talking about. I don't know. I could share some of the screen on my see some of the CMOS documents that I read. There's this one. Um, let me pull it up. CMOS docs. Here it is. No, that's a page. It's not the PDF. Yeah, I'll do this. Pull that up. Oh, I got a question there. How do I know which CMOS distributors are legitimate and have good CMOS? That's a good question. A lot of times you won't know until you do business with them, until you try their CMOS. But some of the things that you could probably talk to them about is mainly where they're getting their CMOS, where they are getting their CMOS, and uh, how they're sourcing it, you know. And so, yeah, someone's talking to me and distracting me. That's okay. What did you want to say? Just say it. Yeah. Oh, so, okay. So, and see, this is something that I think that's important. Like, so my wife there, she was basically she's getting into the CMOS business, and so she's doing research on bags and stuff. And so she came across someone else in the business that I know of that I'm friends with, and she was just excited to see that he had sent the bags. And see, what I think is like what we need to do as we get more organized is almost have like an association where we have the go-to bag guy, and we've used our group as leverage to go and get a ridiculous cheap price on bags so that everybody gets cheap bags. Do you know what I mean? Or jars, you know what I mean? Or a graphic designer. Like I was explaining to one person where it's like, we if the group was big enough, we could use say something like a $25 due, like a monthly fee, and use part of that fee to hire someone to be a graphic designer that's available anytime any of us need a graphic designer. Do you know what I mean? And so now and you're coming out with new products, you just hit up the guy, you shoot him an email, boom, bam. And so I don't know. I think that like as we get a group organized together, we can start talking about having these kind of features that we're sharing and sharing the resources and the expense. Because one graphic designer paid monthly divided between 1,000 people. You know what I mean? Not everybody is going to use them every day, every hour. So he's going to have it's just going to be a small piece. So you said I'd send you a message before the live about the flavored powder. Some say it's a no-no. Um, First of all, I'd like to see who says it's a no-no and why. I think that what you would be concerned about if you were getting a powder, any powder, would be, where are they sourcing like the material from, whether it be CMOS or it be the flavors that they use. Like, are they using fresh fruits? Are they using some kind of chemical compound? I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? That's something that you need to kind of figure out and be comfortable with what they're putting in that powder, and then if you're comfortable about it, who's to say it's a no-no? You know what I mean? Not enough people, I think, are doing enough to do their own research to kind of figure out is what is good for them, you know what I mean, and what works for them. Because for some people, they're fully against flavored CMOS, but for other people, it's like they get it and they're okay with it. You know what I mean? I don't think there's one person that's right. Everybody's right for their own reasons. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. So I don't know. But getting back to this, like having this association, by having this group people buying the source of the CMOS and sharing these resources, I feel like we can use this like almost like a team to build for everybody to scale higher, and it will start like putting some kind of structure to the pricing, right? um, I find it honestly that the way the pricing is now, it is just all over the place, and it's not beneficial to a lot of people, and it's not making a lot of sense, right? For example, someone buying 10 pounds can pay the same price as someone buying 1,000 pounds. That's not right, and it loses the incentive for that person to spend that money to buy that 1,000 pounds. And it's important for these guys to buy these 1,000 pounds because it spreads a lot of CMOS towards everybody, right? And so if you can pay the same price as 10 pounds as 1,000 pounds, then you know what I mean. It's like you're ruining the market in a sense where you're making it difficult for the person that buys 1,000 pounds to then sell that to a person that has smaller quantities. Now here's the rub. A lot of times when these people are buying the small pounds, 10 pounds, 20 pounds, I think anything under 100 pounds, the amount of money that they're paying in fees in comparison than if they were buying the 100 pounds, or if they bought the CMOS from another reseller who actually brought it in. It's almost like they're giving a lot of this money to the shipper, to the custom broker, to the guys on the airport that are loading the things. Each time you should send a shipment, whether it's 10 pounds or 1,000 pounds, you're paying those fees. You know what I mean? And so why are we paying all these fees to all these people just so that you can say you saved $2-3 on the pound? It doesn't. It doesn't make sense to me. It makes more sense for you to go and buy it from someone who brought it in, someone that you trust, who brought it in from a regular reseller, who brought it in, say 5 or 6 thousand pounds at a time, where he paid the same fee as you, and now that fee cost is mitigated across all that volume that he's bringing in, and you're helping him get rid of that volume. So it's almost like it's a win-win situation for both parties, right? You may think that you're spending a little bit more on the CMOS because compared to going to directly the guy, it's only a difference of a few bucks, and those few dollars that you're saving will easily get eaten up in the custom fees, in going to the airport to pick it up. You know what I mean? To renting the vehicle to load the CMOS. And so I feel like if you're not, unless you're buying like 500 pounds at a time, or even anything less than 100, definitely you're wasting your time going to, that's my belief, going directly to St. Lucia. You know what I mean? It's better you buy it from someone who's brought it in and who's made sure that the quality is good, and that it's good quality, and it's there, and you're going to get it faster, and you're going to pay less in shipping and less in clearance fees and all that kind of extras that people don't really show you when you're buying the CMOS, because a lot of that's not included in the price. You find that out after you bought the CMOS, and they're about to load it on the plane and stuff, and they remind you, oh, by the way, there is this fee. Oh, by the way, there is this other fee. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to shit on these people. I'm just trying to kind of point out the realities. Is that from what I can see, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, but anything under less than 100 pounds, buying it directly from St. Lucia, you're not really saving that much money than if you were to buy it from someone or work out a deal with someone that's bringing it in a larger quantity. That's my take. So I feel like having an organization will help, you know, make it easier for everybody to buy at the right price point for the right quantity that they're getting. And that would put more stability in the market, and it ultimately will trickle down to the farmers, because now the farmers are going to get paid a proper wage for the product, because most of these importers, they don't have a problem paying the fee that these farmers want. Where they usually get, I see them kind of getting pressure on the fee, and I could be wrong, but where I see them is where someone who's bringing in only 20 pounds now has to put pressure on the seller, because he's got to pay all these extra fees to bring in that 20 pounds. And so when he adds it all up, he realizes it's not worth it. So he says, like, "Hey, can you do it for better? Can you do it for better? Because by the time I get it, it's not worth me getting it for." You know what I mean? And the farmer, just wanting to make a sale, agrees to this, and this is, this is where there's this imbalance in the market, because had he just dealt with the people that are bringing in the larger quantities, that are spending the amount of monthly every month to keep them supplied, it's like they'll make more. Like, those guys don't have a problem paying market rate, because as the price fluctuates, they make it. You know what I mean? They just sell more CMOS. You know what I mean? Like, if their profit goes down, they just sell more they work on the volume. They don't work on the actual individual product. So someone just said here, I went to Grenada for 10 days. I searched and asked for CMOS while I was there. About the seventh day, I got what I was looking for, and I was actually impressed with the quality. I had three different sources. One was an actual business, one was from a market at the port, and the other one, I'm not sure where it came from, but it looked good. I'm not sure of the source of the waters being protected or not. I'm going back in a few days. Hopefully, I could visit a farm if they have any. My understanding and experience with Grenada is that pretty much all the sea moss is being sourced from, what you would consider somewhat protective areas, or areas where there's not a lot of human or commercial activity. The waters tend to be very good in Grenada, and from the sea moss that I've seen growing there and being sold there, it is definitely of, like, what I would consider premium quality on the way that it's dried and the way that it's handled. So, and I mean, that's good that you're able to source out suppliers, in 10 days. I mean, I was in St. Lucia for, like, geez, over a month before I met someone. You know what I mean? They weren't just walking down the street, and everybody I talked to, it was like they were kind of like, how do you say it? They wanted something out of it. You know what I mean? It was like, they'll hook me up, but I need it. Like, I don't know how many you might have to grease some palms or something. You know what I mean? Um, Someone else says here, is selling dried sea moss most logical than selling gels, gummies, etc. Um, I don't know if it's most logical. Um, it really depends on the market. You know what I mean? I know this, that many people that want to sell the CMOS or resell the CMOS are not buying enough quantity to legitimately be good at selling the CMOS. I find that the numbers that they're buying, they tend to run out before they even get started. And so, for example, they'll want to sell pounds, but they're only going to start with 20 pounds, which to me, it's like, once you get going, you're going to need a 20 pounds every day. You know what I mean? But it might make more sense to buy 20 pounds and sell them in 2 and 4 ounces. Then you'll have enough that will allow you to sell, and as you're selling, replace your stock and get more supply, because the biggest killer in this business is not having the supply. The second like, it's not a saturated market, but it's not like it's impossible to get this. And so if someone's out, there will be someone to replace that person who doesn't have. And I find that most of the times when we get new buyers, it's usually because the supply that they were having before was not consistent and reliable, and that's why they're looking for a new buyer. Sometimes they do it on price, but usually if we figure out that they're just searching for the cheapest price, then we pass them on to someone else, because we're not interested in working for people that are, what I mean, looking for the cheapest price. Because how loyal are you really if that's your sort of main objective? And for us, the money is made on the volume and the relationship. And so if we're giving you the best price and you're shopping around all the time, like it doesn't serve us any you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like you're not going to be a customer for us long, because the reality is anybody can beat anybody's price if they really wanted to. Do you know what I mean? So why am I treating people nice or working with people that are not serving my interest? As selfish as it sounds, in business you have to do that. Like, it doesn't make sense for me to sort of you know go out of my way for the person who doesn't care about my business, but only cares about the dollar that they're making. So you can go and deal with someone else, and take the chance of not getting good CMOS. That's the price you got to pay for trying to go cheap. um yeah, I know, I kind of went on a little bit of a rant there. So, anybody have any other questions? Not sure if I answered this one. So yeah, I was able to accomplish a quick response because I have a friend who frequently goes, "This is good," you know. And I encourage you that if you get this, good relationship with them, you try to build on it and really, make a go of it, and get into the exporting and starts promoting Grenada CMOS, because it's not like St. Lucia has the only place that has good CMOS. Everywhere has good CMOS. You know, it's just a lot of people are talking more about St. Lucian CMOS than they are about other CMOS. That's the main reason why you hear so much about it. You know, so I was gonna share a document. Excuse me. So that's what you want to do. You have to figure out the legalities of it. Um, yeah, and I mean, you got to figure out the financing of it. How are you going to buy the CMOS? Where are you going to store the CMOS? How are you going to sell it once you get it? Who are you going to sell it to? You know, the legalities of it. A lot of it is it's not that challenging, really. It's more about just having the right documentation and the paperwork from the ministry to allow you to export it out of the country. And most people that sell CMOS, they know how to do that. So you almost got to kind of lean on those guys for help and see what they are saying, and how to go about doing it. I recommend that if you're going to export, don't export less than like 100 pounds if you can. Try to do more, because you'll find that once you get that CMOS, within a few days, if you're working hard enough, you'll be able to sell that to people. Like, that's, at say $5 packages. That's like what, 20 people that you see, you know. So it's not a lot of money if you're trying to export and sell pens. So you got to be prepared to put some money behind it, or build work hard enough to keep flipping it till you get to that point where you can buy larger quantities and save on the shipping. So until I guess the next question comes in, I'm going to share a document that I have read before here. It's called Seamoss Cultivation in the West Indies, because I think it's important for people to sort of read and understand um, how sea moss is grown and cultivated in the Caribbean before especially those that are like all about the wild crafted and stuff like that. Many of these guys have no idea how sea moss is farmed. I mean, some of them believe that the sea moss is taking nutrients from the rope, which is like, I don't know, it's ridiculous. Like, it's almost comical that people would have that idea. Um, Yeah. So this document is from the Caribbean National Resources Institute, and if you look here, it was copyright 1997. So this was talking about the sea moss cultivation, and so I've read all this, the use of the sea moss. Um, I think I've read this part, but I want to highlight an area that is really important. What if I Where's the highlighter? There's the highlighter. Oh, it doesn't work. So the part I want to highlight, actually, I think I can draw it with my pen here, is this area here. This is a horrible drawing. I gotta get one of those, what do they call them? Those pens, like a pen pad. So in this area, it says most of the world's commercial sea moss species are reds or browns. Only reds are used in the Caribbean. Like all seaweeds, they have no true roots, leaves, or flowers. Plants consist of branched fronds attached by a holdfast to a substrate such as a rock or dead coral. The holdfast anchors the seaweed, but does not absorb nutrients like the roots of flowering plants. The entire seaweed plant absorbs nutrients that are dissolved in the surrounding water. This is an important feature in the farming of seaweed, as cuttings from plants can be anchored to any substrate, such as ropes or nets, as long as the water's conditions are suitable. And then here it continues to say, CMOS has a complex life history which includes both sexual and asexual phases. There is an alternation of generations from identical looking male and female plants which produce grommets for sexual reproduction to other identical generations which produce spores. Those are those. Sometimes you'll see the CMOS and they'll have the long thing and they'll have the little bumps on them. Those are the spores that they're talking about. In addition to the free living plants which grow mixed in wild populations, there is a small parasitic phase that develops in the female plant. This phase can be seen in reproductive female plants as small bumps on the branches. Spores are released into the water and drift until they come into contact with a surface that is suitable for them to attach and germinate. The sediment and germination of spores is the means by which the species spread and colonize new substrates. The most common substrates for spore settlement are rocks, stones, uh, dead coral, and shells, but some species can be found growing on almost anything, such as discarded cloth, plastic, tires, ropes, bricks, and wood. Okay. So I'm not sure if anybody understands the significance of this, but this basically is saying that the sea moss reproduces itself by releasing these female and male eggs and sperm, basically, and they float into the water, and then they come land on certain surfaces, and they come in contact, and then other sediment lands on that, and allows it to sort of germinate and form that hold fast that keeps it anchored to the rock. So it says when plants are growing, they may change color. The amount of the red pigment in the plants is affected by the amount of sunlight that they are exposed to, and the amount of nitrogen, a nutrient, that is available. Bright sunlight bleaches the plants to a pale straw color. A good supply of nitrogen, for example, from runoff after heavy rain, allows the plants to produce more of the red pigment. Thus, at any time, the final appearance of the plant is a balance between the effects of sunlight and nutrient availability. This is often seen as bushy lines, where the upper plants may be very pale, but the shaded plants on the underside of the line may be still deep red. If the shaded plants are also pale, then most likely there's a low level of nitrogen available for growth. You know, and that could be something that happens probably in a lot of the pool grown sea moss, or what people think is pool grown sea moss is really sea moss that is probably grown in close quarters and stuff, and that they have low nutrient availability, and so the sea moss is not growing as rigorous and as full as it would if it had more nutrients available. um, The cultivation of crops in the sea is known as mariculture. Like agriculture on land, mariculture includes a range of activities such as selecting a good site, identifying suitable seed material, regular maintenance of plots, correct harvesting procedures, post harvesting procedures, and marketing. The details in this section are based on the development of sea moss cultivation in St. Lucia, but the methods have been tried successfully in other islands. So basically, they're saying like this is something that are common and was developed in St. Lucia, but we transferred this technology to many islands, not only in the Caribbean but all across the world. Uh, the different sea moss species grow wild in a wide variety of habitats, and it is not possible to farm them in their natural habitat. On exposed windward coasts, some of the Garcilaria species are harvested. The water may be too rough for installing lines or rafts or stakes. At the opposite extreme, very sheltered bays may not have enough water movement to keep plants free of sediment, particularly after heavy rainfall when runoff from land carries large amount of mud and silt into the sea. The sites that have been most successful so far have been on the windward coast, where areas with shallow seagrass beds are protected by offshore reefs that reduce the amount of wave action. All of the species listed in this manual have been grown successfully in such sites. However, there may be seasonal changes in the condition that affect growth. During heavy rains in the wet season, species such as Garcilaria can tolerate a drop in salinity due to freshwater runoff from a normal level of 35 parts per, I think that's 1,000, down to 15 parts. On the other hand, Eukinema, which is less tolerant of lower salinity and is best cultivated where the salinity does not drop below 30 parts. Because of the likely variation in conditions at a site, the requirements of the different species, it is not only possible to give some general guidelines to selecting a site. In all cases, the best way to test the site is to do some trials to monitor the growth and survival of the plants there. Procedures for measuring the activity and growth rate are described in Appendix 2. And let me know if anybody has any questions about this material that I'm reading. Um, but I continue here. All seaweeds farming in the West Indies is based on using cuttings as the planting material. This is known as vegetative propagation. At the start of a cultivation program, there are two options for retaining seed material. The first is to collect it from local wild populations. The second is to get it from established farmers. Farmers in St. Lucia have often sent plants to people in other islands to help them get started with good quality cuttings. When collecting from wild populations, only the healthiest looking plants should be selected. Wild populations of some species include plants with very different shapes and textures, and some may not be suitable for planting. For example, short, bushy plants of Garcilaria coronea were found to be very brittle and difficult to insert into the ropes compared with longer and more flexible plants. The plants may also change their form when moved from their wild habitat to a farm with different water conditions. For example, Euchaetuma grown on lines in St. Lucia is much bushier than the plants growing in the original habitat near the mangroves on the Belize Barrier Reef. There is an alternative to vegetative propagation, which uses the seaweed's ability to produce large amount of spores. These spores are released and drift in the currents until they attach to something suitable, like a rock. Once they've attached, they germinate and grow into new plants. Spores can also attach to artificial materials such as nets and ropes. The process of getting spores to attach to ropes or other cultivation structures is known as spore recruitment. This is described in Appendix 3. Although the method has been used successfully with some species in St. Lucia, it has not been adopted for commercial population production in the region. The most popular method is to weave branches of sea moss between the strands of polypropylene rope. The rope has three strands and is usually 8 or 10 meters in diameter. Note there is no need to leave space between the bunches. This method works well for the type of Garcilaria in the picture. From my experience in the farming, they don't really use this method in St. Lucia. Um, they sometimes use this one where they have the plastic tubes or bags. Um, this is another method of putting student cuttings on short pieces of rope and to hang these from the line. Um, this method is illustrated in Figure 8. Let me see if I can do Figure 8 because I think this is the method that where is it? It'll probably be here. Figure. There's no Figure 8. Oh, here's Figure 8. So this is the traditional way that I see most of the CMOS getting produced. So they have the lines here, and then you put these ropes. You attach these little pieces of twine, and then the CMOS hangs off by that. And so let me go back there. They do talk a little bit about the different types of farming. Let's go. Yeah. So you can. Yeah, this green drift seaweed. This is probably one of the killers for the CMOS plant. It gets really um, this driftwood sea here. So it says pests and diseases. No diseases affected the CMOS species that have been cultivated in the St. Lucia. However, there are some pests that can affect the farm, including drift seaweed. Uh, if I can't even pronounce that, infinites. I don't know, and grazing animals. I wonder if that. if I can even write that and get the computer to speak it. EPRP. Trying to figure out how to pronounce something. I think there's a way to do it by doing that. There it is, speech.
Apophytes.
Apophytes. Yeah. So at certain times of the year, floating masses of seaweed can be blown inshore, especially on winter coasts. The brown seaweed sagassum, which has gas-filled floats on its brown, is a common drifting species. Another is a fine hair-like green seaweed, a species of, how do you pronounce that? See, I'm not even pronouncing anything anymore. I'm just gonna do the computer make it say it.
Geodomorpha.
Cutomorpha, that forms large tangled clumps, both of which of these become entangled with the sea moss and plant lines. As the sea moss becomes more heavily covered, these drifting plants can pull the sea moss loose from the lines. In St. Lucia, the green entangling seaweed is particularly troublesome during the raining season. During this time, daily weeding helps to prevent the buildup and to reduce the loss of the sea moss plants. It's also important to place lines parallel to the direction of the wind and water, surface water movement. Placing lines means across will mean catching more of the drifting seaweed and anything else that is floating by. It's important to try and not farm too close to reefs where there will be populations of fish that feed only on seaweed. Over seagrass beds, grazing fish will be a problem if the lines are too close to the bottom. White sea urchins or sea eggs live in seagrass beds and they will very quickly eat the sea moss on any lines that touch the bottom. Farmers in St. Lucia have occasionally seen turtles grazing on the sea moss in their floating lines. So let's get back to harvesting. There are two methods that can be used for harvesting lines. The first is to cut the branches, leaving the base still attached to the rope or net. The base will then regenerate new shoots for the next harvest. The second method is to remove the plants completely and then reseed the lines. That's something that I see most happening is that they'll pull the whole line off the rope, bring it in, hang it to dry, cut the sea moss off it, replant it, and then put it back in the water. Uh, which method is chosen will depend on the species of sea moss and the conditions of the site. Where the water is muddy, the bases of the plants and the ropes will become covered in silt and fouling seaweeds, and it's better to harvest completely and reseed them. Farmers prefer this method when growing Garcilaria in St. Lucia, uh, and some leave the harvested lines in the sun for a day to ensure that any fouling seaweeds are killed. If the ropes are cleaned and the plants are healthy, then harvesting by pruning may be more efficient. This method suits Euchinema as the plants grow a hold fast to attach anything they touch, including the ropes. And so, in the cases of process, the first stage of processing is cleaning. The plants should be cleaned as much as possible in seawater while they are still alive. Once the plants have been dried, any mud or silt, which is much more difficult to remove without soaking the plants again. If the plants are washed after they've been dried, most of the nutrients will be washed out, and lost. Drying and bleaching are done in the sun. Farmers in St. Lucia begin the process by laying fresh plants in clear plastic bags and leaving them in the sun for a day. The inside of the bag heats up, and the heat blanches the pigments in the seaweed and dries off a lot of the water. After this treatment, the plants are spread out in the open, either on specially built racks or simply on palm leaves on the ground, like here in this figure. Or in here, you show them working on the racks to dry the sea moss. It's very important to protect the plants from rain while they are drying, either by moving them to shelter or covering them with a tarpaulin. This is particularly important with eukinema, which turns to porridge if it is rained on and can't be used again. As the plants dry, salt crystals form on the outside and must be removed by shaking. Any other impurities must also be removed at this stage. The seaweed is now um, ready for sale. Look at that. As the plants dry, salt crystals form on the outside, and everybody thinks that they add the salt. It's like, and guys, remember this is a document that's like over 23 years old. You know, so here's some of the products that they make with the sea moss. Here they're showing pictures of them learning how to process the sea moss. So just so you guys have an idea of some of the sources of information here, there's the Caribbean Natural Resources Institute, the Institute of Marine Affairs, the Discovery Bay Marine Laboratory. You know, and here's some stuff for further reading: marine plants of the Caribbean, and seaweed cultivation and marine ranching. Annotated bibliography of the seaweeds used for food in the West Indies. Cool. Here's some sea moss recipes. If anybody wants a copy of this, feel free to reach out to me and send me a message. I mean, you can even Google this, and you should be able to find it. That's not too interesting. This talks about the growth rate. Here's an interesting. We were talking earlier about the spore recruitment, and so they're showing in these documents about how putting the ropes in areas where the sea moss is just growing naturally can cause the spores to feed into itself, and you do that spore recruitment. Pretty cool stuff. So yeah, that was what was that? That was from the Caribbean National Institute, and I wonder if I have any other uh, books like that I can share that go more into CMOS. CMOS Talk. Hold on here. Let's share this screen. This one says the ski is our garden. So this is from 2003. It talks about basically sea moss cultivation and sea urchins, and basically the how they can use the sea to make a living in St. Lucia. This was mainly based in a community library. Let's see what they say about Seamoss. That's the thing about some of these documents. There's so much reading that you have to know what you're reading and be able to skim through a lot of it to see the information that's most important. Yeah, doesn't look like there's any real significant data in here. Just talks about the livelihoods of the different possibilities of things that they can do in their community. Seamoss cultivation. Yeah, forget about that. So, hey, Reginald, welcome. Thanks for joining us on Clubhouse. I'm going to send you an invite to speak. And if anybody wants to come on here live and get their questions answered or have questions that they want to ask, you know what I mean, click the links in the chat box there to get added as a guest. And you know what, maybe I know I said I was going to do this before where I was kind of what was the word I was going to look for? I wanted to kind of filter out some of the stuff before I showed it. But I think I'm going to take everybody and do a quick look at my ad manager to show you guys some of the ads that I was delivering and the different strategies of the ads and how they performed and stuff. Let's see if I can get it back to a right date where I had some data. So I'm going to start from 20 December 1st, 20. That has to be 2020. And then I'll do it. I have to go back. All right, yeah, to March. Let's see if I can set this up. Okay. So I'm going to give you guys a rare peek of our, where is it here? Our ad campaigns and our stuff on our ad manager. We guys show you some of the kind of results and stuff that we were getting and what I was doing to get these sort of purchases and stuff. So what you're looking at here is my ads manager for, and these are the dates from, I don't know, here it's showing, let me go back here. It's showing 1 year, but really I wanted it to do, I'll take it back to March. No, see, that's wrong. So this is December 1st, December 1st to March. There we go, update. Okay. And so what I'm going to show you is some of the lower price ads that I was running and how I was spending and what kind of ads they were doing. So here's one of the first ones I had here. This was a video that I produced that was it was called "Why Seamoss Has Salt." Okay, and so the purpose of this video ad that I made was basically to find um, data or to collect data on people that were interested in CMOS. Because if you had an interest in CMOS or somewhat of a knowledge of CMOS, when you saw the title, why CMOS has salt, you would want to click this video to sort of watch it, right? And so the video is here. I don't know if I'm able to actually click the ad. I think I can edit it here. So this was, it says, watch this quick video, explain why it's okay to see why sea moss had salt on it, right? And so I had it in there. If you look down here, I had the links to the Instagram. I had my WebPie pixel and stuff like that. And then, so the purpose of this ad was basically to identify people that had an interest in the sea moss. And so I showed it to I drilled down this location, Canada, United Kingdom, United States. I did, between 25 and 60. And I had all genders and behaviors were engaged shoppers and stuff. Now I did manual placements, right? And I did the audience network. I did selected links on Instagram and Facebook. I didn't do the Messenger because I feel like no one really watches the ads in Messenger, anyways, right? So why put placements there? So I put it in the news feed, the Instagram feed, your video feeds. You had it in your in-stream videos and stuff like that. People saw it when they did a search. Now here's the thing. I did the optimization and the delivery where I made it super low, like 20 cents per bid. And the reason why is that my purpose in this ad was not to be number one played. It was to get as cheaply played as possible. Meaning anybody that clicked it, I didn't want to spend a lot of money getting, because I wanted it to have a far reach and to be as cheaply as possible so that I could gather the most data. All right. And so I put that ad as 20 cents. And if you go back into here, you'll see that the cost per played view was 5 cents. Right. And so using my bid cap here, I got, during those 3 months, I got 17,000 plays that reached over 8,000, just under 8,000 people, 54,000 impressions. That total cost from the August when I started it was $827. This frequency means that people saw this ad about 6.85 times, right? The cost per 3-second video play was 3 cents, right? The cost for the full played, I don't know what true through played stands for, but I think it means a certain amount of time. The unique click through rate was 9%. So pretty much everybody that saw the ad, um, about 9% clicked it. And so every person that came to the site, they costed me about $1.12. Out of all those people, there was about 4 unique ads. There was the 30 ads to the payment card. This means that 36 people came to the site and added their tried to place an order, and then out of them, 18 of them actually initiated the checkout. Okay, so there wasn't a lot of purchases, right? If you can see here on my ROAS, return on ad spend, I was actually for what I spent, the what was calculated as a return wasn't good. But see, the point of this wasn't to actually convert people into purchasing. Although you see here, I got $338.72 in sales, right? The cost per purchase was pretty high. At For every person that purchased, their cost was 103. Now, at the same time, my average order amount is about $140, $150. So in some ways, even though the cost of purchase was high, it wasn't high enough that I was actually losing money, right? But keep in mind, this here is not the purpose of this was to get data and to reach people through this, you know, through these links, right? Because once they went onto the site, the pixel would pick them up, and then I would be able to use them in future campaigns and different stuff where I would target these ads. So I ran a few of those, right? There's this another one here, audience building. So we'll go into that one, show it. And so this one, let me see if I can edit the ad. This one I did a carousel ad because people were saying carousels were big and that, Facebook algorithm will give you more showings and higher returns on the carousel. So this was one that we did with the carousel, and we used Facebook or the Facebook integration with Shopify, and I was able to import my products and use them in a carousel for the different stuff here. And then you can see there's different ads. These are all the pictures, pretty pictures of full spectrum. All right. Um, Again, I had all the tracking, the parameter here, shop now link. I had the audience here. So this one I shot out to people in Canada, United Kingdom, United States. I did 25 to 30 to 55 because I figure most people under 25 are not really looking to purchase Seamoss online. All right. And then I put all the interest, organic food, vegan recipes, healthy habits, natural, blah, blah, blah. I mean, like I said, this is more to build an audience. It's to send traffic to your website and get them to look around and see who you are, and and just build your audiences based on that. So I had a cost control, but it's not showing it here. Maybe it's in here. My daily budget at the time, I had set it for 50. Now in the beginning, I recommend that you don't do a high amount. You will burn through your budget right away. You want to start building using like $5 a day, right, till you start seeing where your traffic's going and where they're coming, and then you can better sort of optimize where you're showing your ads and to who, right? Pretty sure. I don't know where it shows it, but I had a cost control on this. I know I did. I'm just trying to figure out where I set the price on this, because I know that even with this one, and you can look at some of your ads and you can see like, okay, between the ages of this age, 25% were men, 5% were female. And so, like, even now, it might make better interest for me to um, say only stream ads to um, ages to men ages 25 to 35, ages men's 35 to 45, and then maybe the women here, because if you look, between the ages of 25 to 44, the women, they only represent 7%, and you have a larger amount of males at a younger age, and their cost per result is actually cheaper. So you can stream to these ads to these people for less money than you would with the females, right? Even here, the average is 22 cents, and you know the average for women are 26 cents. Let me know if anybody has any questions, or I'm just like boring people, the hell out of people out of this. And maybe I should kind of speed it up a little. Okay, so we got a platform, Facebook, Instagram. Uh, let's go back to performance. So this one here, the audience building, I was doing $50 a day at the time. After I kind of had it more dialed in, and we had the website views, and then so the reach was 4,338. Did 789,000 impressions. That was 23 cents per viewed content. And this is from December to March that I spent this amount of money, $2,000 at 1.57 frequency. Now I had about 12,000 unique clicks, right? So like 12,000 people went to the website to view the site. The 2% click through. Now here, look, um, my cost per unique click link was 16 cents. This is what you're trying to sort of achieve is a very low click rate, because you want to basically have, like, the more people that you can get to your site, the lower the click rate is, the lower the cost is going to be per action. So out of those, 27 added to the cart, 12 made unique checkouts initiated. The ROAS was 0.6. So this again was not, like, on paper, was not a big return, but the traffic that it generated to the website 12,000 people clicked on that site. My then the You basically had 12,000 people view your site for $2,000, right? And each person that went on that site, you were able to capture their information and be able to resend them more more ads. You know what I mean? The idea is to get people that are interested in CMOS and only stream ads to them, so that you're not spending ads on people that are not really interested in your product. You know, here's another one that I got here: driving people to the website. This one was about what was it about? Purple sea moss. And even in this one, I did a couple different bid strategies here to see what the cost was and to how many people I got in the landing view and the cost results, right? And even look here, right? You're paying 20 cents per landing view. You're getting, say, you know, 9,000 people coming for $61 as opposed to 22,000 people at $180. And see, again, you're not going to see a lot of the ROAS. But even here, look, the cost per purchase was $36. Now, if someone comes and does like a $200 purchase or $150 average purchase, this cost per purchase is not that much, considering that you've gotten so much from that person that made the purchase. You gotten information that shows who is that kind of person that buys, and also you can now give them more information, or you can like now send sales to them because they've made a purchase on your site, so they're a customer now. You know what I mean? And now you can sort of stream more ads to them and get them more just buying your product. All right, and I'll just show you the ad that I gotten from this. I made this, got purple sea moss, the primary text here. I didn't try to put too much things. Here's another thing that Facebook can do that a lot of people might not know until you get into the ad manager, but you can actually make multiple headlines. And so Facebook will stream these ads and see who responds best to these different combinations of ads, which you could do yourself, but would take a tremendous amount of work, and even trying to like, how do you put it, to analyze that data and to keep track of it is a job in itself. So here, even in this one, I did a $10 daily budget on it, and I did send some to the audiences here, but I think I also put local like ones. Yeah, this one I didn't do too much of the detailed targeting. I did the manual placements again, where I only placed them in the areas where I think people that would actually see the ad. And then I also put the big control where I put a low price so that I can ensure that I could submit more ads. Right. So these are a lot of the what I would call my sort of feeder ads. These are the ads that I use to feed into the site so that I can create um, audiences from those sites. Then from there, I build other ads where the return on ad spend is much more better, and you spend a little bit more. So if you look here, I have one return on ad spend here. It's at a 6.95. So what that means is for every dollar that I spend on an ad, I got $6.94 return, which is, it's very good. Although higher is better, obviously. But to And even this, looking in, I can go back now and sort of create sub ads where I would figure out, like, here, it costs $13 to send this same ad to a female than it is, it costs $24 to send it to a male. So looking at this after you've done some initial tests and you're ready to scale this ad, you'd want to go back and recreate a subgroup of ads within that sort of ad set and have them defined so that you're streaming more to females than you are to males, because the more you know you get almost the same results from the females as males, but it actually costs you less to push those ads to a female population. So you can save some money on that, right? So to show you from the beginning here, that one ad there resulted in 23 ad purchases. It reached 12,500 different users. It had 24,000 impressions. The cost per purchase was $18. The amount spent on that ad was 417. All right. So average person saw it 2 times. Um, and actually, what is this? This is a video. Let's look at the ad. I think this is the ad here. And look at this. These ads.
One word, one look, was all it took. You got me hooked, now I'm falling so fast for you.
It's not like these ads are like high production super ads.
Let's go. Drive your handlines on my. I wanna talk to you all night.
I think I made this ad using like an app online. You know what I mean? And so I streamed that ad, and where did we? I had the different primary texts again, different ad creatives. All right, so that they could have the different video. No, that's all the same video. Yeah, I think what it was is in the main picture. It was different. So we had that links there. I think the big thing was the price. So I used these audiences, streamed it to these areas: Australia, Canada, United States, Europe. And I'd probably take Europe out of it in the future, mainly because I know that my shipping costs to those places cost a lot. And so even if I did attract a buyer, more than likely they're not going to purchase from me because they're the ads too expensive. So here in my optimization and delivery, I set a minimum ROAS where I wanted it to be more than 4 return, and naturally, as always, Facebook did give me a 6 point. Where is it here? 6 point 6.53 return on the ROAS. So basically, what that means is that my average cost per purchase was $28.39, and I did what? How much did I spend here on the ads in total? So the amount spent was $170, and this one I spent. And here's the thing: why you want to do like um, this was like a B split test, right? Or you want to do a couple of these ads to figure out the difference. Okay, this one I got 6 purchases from it. This one I got 17 purchases from it. This cost me $14 a purchase. This was like almost double the amount, right? And so looking at this now, I would almost dump this first ad, delete it from my system, and scale this second ad because you're getting a way better return on almost the same ad with just different settings and parameters, right? Look at that. That's a 7.22 return on ad spend. So we spent, what was it here? $246, and it translated into $1,781 worth of sales. So, I don't know about anybody else, but I don't mind paying $200 to get $1,500 worth of sales if my profits are like even $300. You know what I mean? Out of all that done, because I'm making the money back for what I'm paying on the ads. So the ads are free profit, which I might not make had I not spent those ads, right? So that's just one there. So BG just wants to say, can you also touch up on what you covered in the previous slide regarding on getting our products in stores? Yeah, of course. I'm just gonna, and because I think people kind of get the gist of what I'm trying to explain in doing these ads, and I think they see enough to say, okay, you know what, investing in these ads, if done right, will work, and you will, see a good return. I'll show you guys another sort of example using the ROAS. And see, this is why it's important too to make sure that you set your everything sort of upright, and you do it in the, I guess, the right process, the right method, so that you can calculate, or you can see the work that you're doing, and know when something is being a good return on an investment, or it's a bad return on investment. Here's one that did really well. Look at that, 11 ROAS. This was on a Black Friday ad with a $20 daily budget. Um, Resulted in 10 checkouts. The cost per checkout was about $1.85. So I spent $18.38 on this ad. And let's see here. So I spent $20 and got $8 return. Let's see what our biggest sales one would be here. This is a retarget audience, LA view content, United States. So that was almost a 5 return, and total sales was 6,520. So I think you probably spent like $1,000. The average purchase cost was $19. And that's the thing too, when you're doing these, you have to be sort of careful and monitor these stuff, because sometimes these purchases and stuff can get a little bit out of whack. I mean, look at this. Cost was $233 a purchase, $99 a purchase. Some of these I definitely lost money on these ads. And some of them were in the learning phases. You know what I mean? It is kind of what it is. But when you get to down below here, and you're paying like $10 per purchase, you know what I mean? I think this is a great ad right here. You spent $31 on the ad, And you got how much sales? Um, $89. So that's a little brief look into my ad space or my ads manager and why it's important to do these ads in the ads manager so that you can see this kind of data and then you can go into Facebook and create the different campaigns, and you can go into your accounts and even create these audiences. You know what I mean? There's so many ways to create some of these audiences where you can, I have like a cold, audience. I have people who like our Facebook page audience, the ads audience, lookalike customers based on different information that I've input or people that have watched, what I mean, the sites. There's the video retargeting, targeted people who watch your videos. I can set up an ad that basically will hit all the people, only the people that watch a certain percentage of one of my videos that I had put out earlier. You know what I mean? And there's just so much you can do with this. I'm barely grasping the surface of it. But let's what is the ad manager platform? The ad manager platform is what you can find. Basically, it's on Facebook. If you go into you go into your Facebook page here, right? It's my personal page here, and you go to the side here. You have ads manager here. I think you can also get it to going by going to the business manager, and then you can create your ad account here, and that's where you create your ads here, like dynamic retargeting, driving traffic to the website, audience building, another audience building. So if you put some thought into what you're doing and how you're doing it, you can really save yourself a lot of money when it comes to putting ads out online. And now that I've bored most people off the platform, the only three people watching are the ones who are interested in doing the ads. Let's talk about getting your product into the stores. And not sure what area you want me to discuss about it. I can talk about what we've done recently to get the product in the stores and really how easy it is. The main key is to create a consignment arrangement where you are giving them the product on consignment for a defined period of time. You definitely have to define the time, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, 2 weeks, whatever. You don't want to just say, oh, I'll come check you whenever, because, they can make some excuse or some story. If you have a time and a commitment, that it's easier to stick to that. So that's one I would do, is make sure you have that, and you know have the arrangement spelled out, and just get them to kind of sign a loose agreement. But you go to the stores, sell it in, like, say, 2 ounce and 4 ounce packages. I find that the 8 ounce and the 12 ounce or 16 ounce packages, like the 1 pound, they well, the 8 ounce is not too bad, but the 1 pound definitely. I feel like unless you've created a stable base of users, you're going to not sell a lot of 1 pounds, because most people can take a pound, especially if they're not a high frequency user, and that pound can last them a year, right? So you got to think about the return. Like, your business is going to make money on the repeat business, right? And so if these people are not repeating for you for another year, then you're going to have to find a lot of people to fill in that gap until they come back again. right? And so that's why it just, doesn't make sense to sell these large quantities. You know what I mean? It's like going to Costco and you live by yourself. You know what I mean? Like you're overbuying in a sense. So you're overselling to these people when you give that to them by the pound. A 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, especially for a new user, that's more, in my opinion, digestible and easier for you to convert them into a buyer with that. When you're dealing with a price point below $30, people are happy to just throw away $20 like it's nothing. So you price a product somewhere in around there, and you increase the likelihood of them taking a chance on buying it, even if they're not really committed to it or interested in it. They're not afraid. It's easier to get them to risk $20 than it is to get them to risk $60 or $50. You know, so yeah. So that in itself, you sell the smaller quantities. I would put a list together of the stores that you want to target and just hit them one by one. And it's like a numbers game. And I think the more places you hit, the better it is. So, do you need to add the nutritional facts on the labels? That I can't really answer for you because um, whether you need to do something or not would depend on the location on where you are, right? So you may be in a country or state where they don't require the nutritional facts on the labels, and therefore you don't need them. But there are places that you do need them. I believe in Canada, there's certain situations when you're putting products in the shelves or selling them in certain stores that they're going to require a label. Definitely, if you want to sell on Amazon or sell in some kind of big box store like Walmart or anybody that has to do large scale inventory, they're going to want to see some kind of barcode so that they can have the product easily scanned, excuse me, when a customer is making a purchase. So if you can get the nutritional facts easily, and if you can get barcodes on them, then I recommend you do it, right? Don't um, don't cut corners in areas that you don't need to. Now, if you ask me, Julian, should I, wait 3 months to launch my product so I can get the barcodes and thing involved? I tell you now, fuck it, just go and sell the product. We For most of our products, we don't have barcodes on them, right? Because we just want to get the product out there, get us some sales going. But I know that if we wanted to get into certain markets, we would definitely invest the time in getting these barcodes or getting whatever they need to get it done. It's like Ricky McBride or whatever, Ricky Ray Gold Seamoss. He was like saying the other day, it's like, what's next? What's next? What's next? Once you get into this habit of realizing that these things are just a process, and it's a matter of just dealing with it and what's next, you train your mind to not look at these things as obstacles, but just look at them as like tasks. You know what I mean? And then it becomes easier for you to manage mentally than like, ugh, another roadblock. Oh, there's so many times like I've heard people sit there and say, "Oh, well, it's so much paperwork." It's like, well, paperwork is paperwork. Fill it out. Like you're just really filling out forms. You know what I mean? And how hard is that to do? It's only hard because you believe it's hard, you know? So that's my take on that. And maybe, in your wherever you plan to sell, it might be beneficial for you to call up a few stores and say, listen, I'm looking to get some products put in the stores. And, your store is one of the stores I'm thinking about selling. I'd like to know what is the process and procedure to get products on your shelves. You know what I mean? They're going to answer yes or no, this is what it is, and blah, blah, blah. And then you know what you need. The simple question, can open so many doors. So I would do that. Um, Definitely go out and meet them face to face to get into the stores. Offer to even do like maybe 1 day a month. You go in there and you give free samples and you talk about the product. You do some kind of like, product promotion and stuff like that. And when you do it, make sure you get someone to film it. Film everything that you're doing, and then turn it into content that which you can resell, right? So now you're killing two birds with one stone. You're getting your product out there to people to try, and then you're getting content for you to restream and do advertising. And like I said earlier, get samples. You should be like the Costco of CMOS. Everybody should be trying, especially if you're in the gel. You should be almost giving this shit away. You make so much money on you know what I mean, one jar of gel. You know what I mean, 1 ounce. It's like, well, here, let's do the math. Say you pay $35 for your pound of sea moss, right? Most people that are selling gels, they probably pay a lot less. But even at $35 divided by 16, if you got 16 jars of 16 ounces, you're paying $2.18. Do you know what I mean? The amount of samples that you could give away out of one 16-ounce jar. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would even give people like a 3-day trial. Take this and try it for 3 days and see how you feel. Most people, I'm almost positive, you give them a sample for free to try for 3 days, or you sell it to them for like $5, which you'll right there, what I mean, you'll get, the money back on the thing. Anything over $2.20, you're in the green, you're in the black or whatever. So sell a sample pack, a 3-day sample pack for $5, you know, and you're still making profit off it. And people are going to try it, and they'll be hooked. And you'll say, "Look, bring this back, and I'll give you a discount on the next jar." You know, like, there's so many ways that you can sell this CMOS. It's ridiculous. Like, it is like, never. It really comes down to what you put your mind to and what you believe is possible, or what you're willing to do, like the lengths that you're willing to. Because some people aren't willing to go and set up a booth and stop people on the street and ask them to try, and that's okay. Don't pick that as your way to market your product if that's not who you are. You know what I mean? Otherwise, you're going to have a very uncomfortable business where you'll be doing a lot of shit that you hate, right? So put some thought and think, okay, what do I like doing? And how can I take what I like doing and convert it into something which allows me to see a lot of people so that I can show this product to? Because it's really just a numbers game. The more people that see your product, the more people that are going to buy it. You know what I mean? You got to figure out the ratio at which people, how many people you have to show it to make it buy, and then you scale that, right? So if it's say for every 100 people you make 5 sales, right? Then you know that if you get 1,000 people, you're going to make 50 sales. To 5,000. You know, what I mean. It goes on and goes on. So, and then you got to figure, okay, this is how much money I'm going to make from that many sales. How much is it going to cost me to get that many people to see my product? What is the cheapest way that I can get this many people to see what I'm doing? That's it. You know what I mean? So if you sat there and set up inside a train station where there's 1,000 people that are going to, you know what I mean, walk by you in that day, or 1,000 people that you can talk to in that day, then you know and that every 5 people is going to pick it. So there's going to be that many people that are you're going to have. That's it. Like, it's all a numbers game. You know what I mean? And the key is, like, you got to get in there to analyze the market to see how to what the conversion is, how many people you need to talk to get the result that you want. Yes, TikTok is very big. TikTok is actually an open space when it comes to CMOS promoting. there's not a lot of people that I see promoting on TikTok, and or marketing and selling their product. So I think TikTok is a great place, and they're very favorable to people that are what's the word I'm looking for? They're teaching education. If you do videos on uh, if you do videos on showing people how to do things, or like educational videos, then like you do a video on how to make CMOS gel, that should go viral. You know, one person just says, "I've made $20 on TikTok, and it's real." Yeah, man. And I'm sure you didn't put a significant amount of effort in trying to get that. You know. Hi, Julian. Here I am, and happy holidays to you. I gotta check some of these chats to see who's who and who's streaming, because sometimes I can't see who's writing the comments. Uh, so Priscilla said was saying about the TikToks. Oh, it's Lejour, the lady that was watching usually late at night. Okay, yep. Hey, welcome, guys, and thank you for joining me. So yeah, so I think we were talking a bit about just the numbers. You know what I mean? Making sure, coming up with ideas on how to put your product in as many people's faces as possible. That's what I was saying earlier, like giving out samples. That's a way to really, get, you know, create a rush. People love things for free. You know what I mean? I would even do something like get a contest where, you give them a month's supply of CMOS, um, in exchange for tagging you. And, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with these contests, but you do some kind of contest where you'll give free CMOS, or give it a CMOS for like a month, or a year or 6 months supply and stuff like that. And I mean, as these people start taking the CMOS, and other people see the results they're having, especially if they're getting the product free, they're going to talk well about you, and you can keep a good relationship. I think it's important for every business, whether it's CMOS or not, to be for companies to cultivate what I call evangelists. And evangelists are basically people that are fanatical about your product or who you are and what you're doing, and they'll go and talk to people and tell people about who you are. You know what I mean? In real estate, I have a list of people that I basically am very generous to, because I know that they go and talk to people about, and they bring business. They'll literally say, "Hey, my cousin's brother's sister, so and so, is having a house, and I told them that they have to use you. You're the guy. And some of them don't want anything in return. They're just happy to recommend you because you did such a good job to them for them, right? So if this person has, been given such great results, and had such value, found so much benefits and value from your product, they'll then become your advertising voice. And that's important. You need to have, because that's free advertising. You know what I mean? Or if not free advertising, it's low cost advertising. you know Yeah, it is getting late. Yeah, I'm surprised no one came today and to hang out. But I always do this. I planned the live stream kind of last minute, and I didn't invite anybody tonight. I didn't say, like, sometimes I'll call people and be like, "Hey, I'm going on the live stream, and so make sure you come and be a part of it, be a guest." But it is the holidays and everything, and so I understand people are probably busy, or they're recovering from all that food. I know yesterday. I ate a shitload of food. I basically went to bed at like 9 o'clock, 9:30. I was so tired from eating and opening up gifts, being up early in the morning and doing all that shit. Hmm. Oh, by the way, I should mention before I forget, if you guys haven't heard, I'm doing like a ridiculous, crazy sale. Um, I originally did it was going to be only for 2 days. What it was spend $500 and get 50% off, um, which is phenomenal. You basically, you're getting $500 worth of product for only $250. So that ended on November, Christmas Eve, December 24th. But what I've decided to do is extend the special, but increase the limit. So if you spend $1,000, you have to spend at least $1,000 worth of product, to which you'll pay $500, or more. So if you spend $2,000 worth of product, you'll only pay $1,000, which is a great price. You'll be able to get gold sea moss for as low as $15 a pound, which I think is a really good price. Especially this is a price we're talking landed in North America. So we've already taken the time to box it and ship it from St. Lucia to right now it's most of it's in Canada, but we do have some in Atlanta. But the point is that you're not going to be paying any sort of custom fees. You're not going to have to go to the airport. You're not going to, everything will be shipped to your door by UPS, and you should get it in a pretty timely manner. Although I'll be honest, we are kind of with the sale, it was a little unexpected. So we're sitting on a lot of order. I'm going to be like packing CMOS for like the next 3 days straight, um, to get most of those orders out over the holidays. Yeah. Plus, we have new CMOS coming in, so some of these orders are going to be a little bit delayed because I I could send you old CMOS, but I'd rather wait and until the new order comes in, and that way you get some nice fresh, brand new CMOS, and it'll last longer. And yeah, I mean it's just better buy for everybody, and so waiting for that to come in any day now. Hmm. So, guys, let me know if you have any questions or if there's anything you want me to show you or talk about. We talked a lot about things in so far tonight. Showed you guys my ad manager account. We talked about the biology and life cycle of the sea moss, and the cultivation practices and stuff like that for sea moss. We talked about marketing. Oh, excuse me. Marketing, getting your product in the stores. And really, guys, there's no trick to getting the product in the stores. You just got to create an opportunity for them that makes it beneficial for them. You know what I mean? Everybody's like, what's in it for me? And that's a fact. When you come into the store, they need to know initially what's in it for them. Like, so for us, when we got in the stores, we made it pretty simple. We decided, okay, this is your price point, the retail price, which would be between $25 and $30 Canadian, and we're going to sell it to you for $15. So if you want to, make $15 on an item, then you sell it for 30. Now, the key that we've done that makes everybody say yes is that we've given them terms, meaning that we don't ask for the cash right away. Sometimes, if it's a big order, I'll say, okay, give me $100 now, and you can pay me the rest later. But for the most part, we've been doing these, I guess what you would call them, starter packs, and it'd be 5 packages of each sort of flavor, which the flavors we have now are gold, purple, and green. And so basically, you're getting 15 packages at $15 a package, and then you're getting 30 days terms. So that's what 15. That's $45, or 45 packages. Or no, I lied. It'd be 15 because 5 each. times 15. So it's 225. So their commitment in total is 225 in 30 days, right? Now if they sell that for $30 a package, right? That means that they only have to sell 7.5 packages before they're even. And so in the 30 days, hopefully what will happen is they'll sell 8 of these packages. If they sell 8 of these packages, you're almost guaranteed that they're going to, you know, when you come back in the 30 days, they're going to re-up and get more packages. Plus, they'll probably pay you for the packages that they have. And I think that's something that's the sort of like the key, the condition we have. It's kind of like after the 30 days, you pay us the bill of what you owe, or you just give us back what you don't want to sell anymore. Like we'll take it back. Like obviously it didn't sell. You know what I mean? But you can always make sure that the product does sell by doing some additional stuff, like putting um, card information on it, doing taste testing. You know what I mean? I would be there every weekend, and for like 2 hours a day. And that's the thing. You could take your whole day and go to like maybe 5 or 6 stores and set up a booth for 2 hours each, and just meet the people and talk to them and say, here's some information. Here I'm answering. And don't try to take their information. Don't try to like really sell them on anything. Just be there to be of service. You know what I mean? You're providing the service in which they will buy the product if they want the product, right? Your only purpose and mission there is to provide information that will aid them in a decision, yes or no. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, you show up there. You probably do 4 stores, 5 stores in a day. Over 3 days, you can do a bunch of, you know what I mean? And so, where this I feel makes sense, or where you can turn this into almost a full time business, is that okay? Let's do the numbers here. Like 15. What is that? So, how do we put this here? Let's say we're selling the packages 4 ounces for $15, right? 4 times 15, that's 60. If you're getting the sea moss for say $25, or let's say you're even getting it for 30, okay? You're now making $30 off that store, off 1 pound, right? Which would be 4 packages. So yeah, 4 times 4 is 16. That's 16 is 1 pound, $30. So if you did the 60, so you did $30 off 1 pound. Say that store sold 6 pounds in the month, right? So that's 6 times 30. That's 90, right? And you're making, well, first let's do this. Let's establish how much you're making off a pound. So if you did $30 divided by, or off a package, divided by 4, I think that's it. So you're making $7.50 off a package that you sold for $15. So you're making half. So that times 5, that's 37 times 3, that's 112, right? So say one store, you make $112 in a month, right? They sell 15 of your packages, maybe 4 a week. You know what I mean? So they sell the 15 of your packages times 7.5. Hey, and someone call me out if my math is messed up, because it is a little late. I'm a little bit tired. You know what I mean? So 7 points. So you're making $112 off each store. Say you had 50 stores. That's $562. That's $5,625 off 50 stores. Now, how long do you think you could get to 50 stores if you say tackled 5 stores in a week, 1 store a day? Do you know what I mean? And you built it to where you're making that much off each store or off the 50 stores. And that's just a small number, 15 packages. Do you know what I mean? You can almost like spend the $600 and pay someone, a group of guys in one day. You could probably get 6 guys to package all those packages in one. You know what I mean? Or even more than that. You know what I mean? Because who knows how many one guy could package in a day, right? Say they do like 100 packs or 200 packs in a day. You know what I mean? So you can spend that 600 on people packaging it. You can spend an extra, say 500 on paying someone to deliver all that stuff to the stores. Say they did it over one day a week. They went and delivered to stores, and they delivered to 10 stores in a day or something like that. And you paid them $100. You know what I mean? To drive around to 10 stores might take them 3 hours to drop off packages. You know what I mean? So now you've paid someone $625 to package it, another $500 to deliver it, right? You now have $4,500 in your pocket, and you didn't do any work. You paid everybody else. All you did was the initial work to get to that point of the 50 stores, and then you let it ride. Hey, what's up, Todd? Thanks for joining there. I'm just giving some game on getting into the stores and how you could use these multiple stores to like multiply and create a business. You could quit your job on this, you know.
Yeah, I'm listening, soaking it all up.
It's funny because a lot of people don't do the numbers. And when you do the math on it and you sort of break it down into these digestible points, you then realize, okay, a lot of this is just in your head, you know. Now, it might take some work getting those first 50 stores. I'm sure the first 5 stores are going to be harder, right, than the last 10 stores, right? But you get it. I always tell the people, use the first store as leverage to get the second store, and then use the second store and the first store to leverage to get the third store. And by the time you have 10 stores, no one's questioning you, right?
Yeah, I get it. Because then you got your legitimacy. Okay, so in your opinion, do you need to be have a barcoded product to get into these type of stores? Then well, I'm sure you got to be insured, right? Like have product insurance.
You know what? I honestly don't know. And someone had asked some of that question, like nutrient labels and stuff. Each each state, each jurisdiction is different. So to me, it's kind of like I can't say what you need and what you don't need. I would find out what you do need and what you can get away with at that time, and start with what you can get away with, and then work towards what you need. Do you know what I mean? Because what you don't want to do is, how do you say it, wait so long to get all the stuff in place to find out either you don't like what you're doing or the concept doesn't work. Like you always want to have proof of concept before you really put money into something and start diving into it deeply, right? And I know this: we don't have barcodes on our labels. I think the minimal thing you need on a label is you need to have the ingredient list, and you need to have the location with a phone number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What I meant by barcode was the UPC number. You know, that registration for your product is like a national database.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, yeah, I'm familiar with that. And I definitely think if you want to get your product on, say, Amazon, or you want to get it into a store like Whole Foods or like any sort of chain location, you're definitely going to need some kind of barcode system, because that's how they price. That's how they, you know what I mean? They sell all their products. It's rare that they have a product that, you know, because it's their system, you know what I mean, for checking inventory and stuff like that. But like a mom and pop shop or like a corner house store, their dependency on barcodes aren't as great, I would believe. So that, you know, your need to be on that may not be high. But here's the thing: how hard is it really to get barcodes?
You said how what?
How hard is it really to get barcodes?
Oh, well, listen, you go through that GS1 website and get them.
Boom. Then do it.
50 for like 10 of them, something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's 250 for 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's an investment into your business. I would just say make sure that you're in it. Like you know, you've run the business for a bit before you make those investments.
Okay.
Yeah. Like one thing I used to see my mom's husband do a lot was he would start this business and he would go out and buy the pamphlets, the business cards, the letterheads, everything. And then he would get all the shit, and then he would decide his business changed slightly or something he didn't include on the flyer that he wanted to, and he's got to go and buy all new stuff again. You know what I mean? Where I would say to him, like, dude, why don't you just prove the concept and make sure this is what you want and this is the way you want it, and then go and buy the labels and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Then to spend all the money on the labels and then find out there was a mistake or there was something that you forgot because you haven't proven the concept or the market changed slightly or whatever. You know? Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, welcome, Kelsey, to the Seamoss Talk. We're just having like pretty much an open discussion about Seamoss. I've been for the last while. I've been talking a little bit about getting your product in the stores and like the advantages and how to kind of like scale that. Todd's been asking me about UPC codes and you know and the like, which my stance is kind of like, you know, get them unless only if you absolutely need them or you can afford them. But first, make sure that the concept and the business idea works before you know, invest significant money into it. Did you have any questions about CMOS or anything you wanted to talk about CMOS?
Very fresh into the room. But I'm curious about two things. Somebody in an airport told me that they used to be a huge druggie and now they're vegan and eat sea moss and they're like their body's restored. So was really fascinated by it and have only consumed it about like a couple jars of it twice in my life.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of prep time of making it myself and such, and the investment, I'm definitely curious about what its capabilities are. And also, I have a jar that I bought, but it has a tiny little maybe I'm saying too much. It has a little spot that looks like mold at the bottom. I'm wondering if it's kind of along a similar lines of like cheese, although I don't really eat it. You can kind of cut the mold off and continue with the rest of it, or if it's like the whole thing is a waste.
I would think the whole thing is a waste.
Okay.
Just because with unlike cheese, the sea moss is like it's basically a petri dish. Like when the raw, I guess, building blocks for making petri dishes is sea moss, like agar, other carrageenan and stuff like that. So when the mold starts growing in there, where cheese and sometimes bread and stuff, it's kind of like confined to that area. It's usually all over the thing. Do you know what I mean? And it will spread quickly. That's my belief. And so it's better to sort of like when in doubt, they say just throw it out, you know?
Yeah, it's just surprising because it was something that was like, it got moved to the back, so I missed it. And then I saw a spot and I was like, oh, I should figure out if this is like this. And the spot has not grown since. It's just stayed at the bottom. That's why I'm surprised. I mean, but yeah, it was also because it's expensive. I was like, well, is it salvageable?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, without me seeing the type of mold and what it is, but like I said, I'm not a mold expert, and that's why I always kind of be like, it's better to not take the risk because you could get like bacteria in your stomach that could make you sick.
So let's work our way backwards. What's the average longevity of sea moss after it's been turned into a gel?
It depends. If it is boiled, it's somewhat longer, like usually 3 to 4 weeks, maybe like almost a month. I know my dad has left like gel that was boiled out on the table overnight, whereas like the way most North Americans make the gel, which is they soak it and then they blend it. They soak it with the limes and stuff. That you would never leave overnight or out longer than 24 hours of the fridge because it would just kick it off to start going bad from there. So I guess to answer your question, most gels would last between 2 to 3 weeks, I would say.
2 or 3 weeks.
Hmm.
Okay, great. And now all the way backwards is like what is it predominantly used for? I mean, aside from like general health and well-being, if there's some specific slated um, markers of improvement or diseases or conditions that it's used for.
Energy.
Yeah, energy would probably be the most pronounced effect.
So it's like the caffeine alternative.
Yeah, and more than a caffeine alternative, it's more of like an overall mood enhancer. I believe that it allows your body to vibrate at high frequencies, if that makes sense. And so you're very kind of alert and very up and very like very motivated when taking it. That's my feel. Your moods are more balanced. You're not kind of like all over the place in how you feel during the day. You just generally have a positive well-being outlook. Um, yeah, but there's so like it's like weed. Like different people get affected different ways with it, and so you can't just say this is what it does because it does so much for so many people. People have like cured carpal tunnel syndrome on it, or different pains and ailments like pulled muscles and stuff like that. Whereas other people have lost like significant amounts of weight on it. You know, so
Wow. Well, I'm on a particular kind of health journey at the moment, so I was just wondering if and why it would be included in my health journey just because out of expense because I'm currently unemployed. So just wondering because I will be probably needing to purchase um, some either supplements or injectables or what have you. So we're going to see what that looks like.
yeah, the CMOS in some ways is kind of like another guy that comes on this show a lot. This guy Ricky, he does Gold CMOS. Ricky Ray's Gold CMOS. It's like a multivitamin, and I feel like where it does its most beneficial work is it helps regulate or helps maintain the proper levels of nutrients that you need in your body. And so, no matter what you're eating or what you're doing, this stuff will kind of keep you at a particular level. Like it will top up all the areas that you're low in and help you be more balanced nutrient wise. You can almost even eat less food when you're taking this. When I'm on CMOS like regularly, like every day, I tend to only have maybe 1, 2 meals a day, you know, because my body feels more full and satisfied.
Interesting. So I'm curious about a couple of things. One that's maybe a short answer is Irish sea moss. Can you grow it anywhere? Does it only grow in Ireland? Is it only Irish? Is it something you can kind of source locally, or just?
So there's a lot of debate about these different types of sea moss, Irish moss, this, that. The one that is typically called Irish moss, or where the original Irish moss came from, is from a species called Condorus crispus. And that is, when you look at sea moss on photos and stuff, or like any graphics or stuff, where it has that kind of flower-like look, that's what Condorus crispus is. Um, Now, it grows mainly in Ireland and the colder Atlantic waters, but it has been reported to be found in areas like Spain, Africa. I believe that there's some in Jamaica and stuff. And so they just grow differently than those that would be growing in the Atlantic region and stuff like that. Um, but I mean, it depends where you live, if you could source that stuff locally or not. But it is good sea moss to have. I've never personally tried it, but those that have tried it are very happy with using it. To say one's better than the other, I like to, how do you say it? Unless you have proof or actual tests, I like to believe that everything comes down to a matter of opinion. And so there is a lot of people that believe that the Condorus crispus is, more nutrient dense, or it has more nutrients. But from what I could find, there is no sort of like, we put this sea moss against these sea moss and looked at both the level of nutrients to see what's the difference. There's no study that I could find that does that. There's studies that show the nutrient availability in Condor's Christmas, but I also say the same in Garcilaria and Eukinema, where they'll show the stuff that can be, and they're all pretty much the same. I mean, these things are getting the same nutrients from the same water. Do you know what I mean? Like, all the water has nutrients in it; they're absorbing it. I don't feel like there's, like, Condorus Christus has 50 minerals and Garcilaria has only 48. They all have the same. Some might just have better concentrations than others. And that might not even be based on species, but based on water conditions, based on locations, and even based on the time of year. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I know there's a lot to take in. Sorry.
No. I mean, I joined. I walked right into the room, and yeah, enjoy the uptake of the nutrient information as nutrients, I guess. And so that's what I was kind of curious about the expense. It seems like the expense also has to do with import as well. And so then I'm also assuming there's Seamoss farms in places, not just like wild, harvested, but also now people are cultivating it. Okay, and then it is a multivitamin. I'm curious if it's like functionally, if it's expensive and it brings you energy, are there things that you can cut out of your supplementation? Like what might you be like? I don't know if you cut out a full multivitamin if it has zinc or whatever, but are there things that you could cut out? Maybe that it could replace in your life instead of it just being an additive.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of things that you could probably take out of your diet or eat less of if you had the sea moss, you know what I mean? Um, as part of your diet. Like, it is kind of like a superfood. It has lots of zinc in it. It has lots of iron, lots of magnesium, potassium, phosphorus. Like they say there's 92 minerals in it. I have no proof of that. I have not seen any proof of that, but I do believe that it has as much minerals as the body naturally has bioavailable to them, if that makes sense. So I believe that there is no 92 102 mineral theory. I think that the body has, there's only like something like 60 natural minerals and trace minerals that are naturally occurring or that can be absorbed by the body. But I do believe that CMOS has most of them, if not all of them, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, so I think magnesium, because magnesium, to my understanding, is like maybe it's like difficult to absorb. Like it's better to absorb transdermally or something, and
Mm-hmm.
most of us are deficient in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'm just seeking out if I should, like, I don't know, me and my housemates, I haven't quite set in a place of making it myself, or how much more cost effective it is to make it myself. Uh, Especially given that you two, maybe, I don't know if you guys are both distributors or creators of it, you probably consume it a lot faster than maybe the average consumer might.
Yeah.
But so at that rate, how much do you guys individually spend on Seamoss for your own consumption? For, I don't know, a month or a week? I don't know.
Todd, how much do you spend on a month? But you make the gel too, right, Todd? Let's see if he unmutes himself. Maybe he's not in an area where he can talk. So,
Yeah.
so for me, I sell the dried sea moss. I don't actually sell the gel. I sell mostly to people that then take it and make the gel. Making the gel for yourself is the most like sort of cost effective way because, excuse me, 1 pound of sea moss is anywhere between $35 to $60, but you can get 16 jars out of that or more out of that 1 pound. And if a jar lasts you 2 weeks, um, 16 times 2 weeks, that's 32 weeks that you have, right? That's almost half a year off 1 pound. Or that's more than half a year. So, in that case, like, what I mean, it's cheaper to do it yourself. Although it's more messy and time consuming, I guess. Yeah. And then I think you had another question about it. I forgot.
Maybe I did too, but why? What makes it so messy? I mean, I know it's gel, but is it like difficult to clean? Is it
No,
sticky in the process, or just?
no, it's not really messy, to be honest with you. I just said that, but
Oh,
to,
okay.
like to some people, it's just a pain. To some people, they enjoy it, right? They love to make the gel, and it's nothing because they make smoothies or whatever all the time. I'll say it like this: I hate cleaning blenders, so to me, it's
Ah,
messy in that way. I tend to make the gel once every like 3-4 months, and I'll make enough to last for a long time, and I'll freeze it.
oh, wait. So you're saying that the gel could last 3 or 4 months, but I think previously in our conversation you're saying after making it, it lasts a couple of weeks.
So yeah, I guess I wasn't clear on that. So you can freeze it, and if you freeze it, it can
Ah.
last like say 6 months, eight
Mhm.
months in its frozen state. But once you defrost it, it will last like 2 to 3 weeks in the freezer. But you say you had it for a week, and you want to refreeze it, you can refreeze it, and that I shouldn't have any issues with it. It's
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like meat where you can't freeze it, defrost it, refreeze it again. You can refreeze it as many times as long as it hasn't gone off during that time that you're defrosting it or it's been defrost.
Got it.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I love this like crash course. Um, I actually am about to go head out on the road, so
Okay.
I'm gonna sign off. But like this was fantastic.
Yeah. Well, this is the whole reason why I do it is to create I guess like a forum or a space where people can comfortably ask the questions and just get honest, unbiased information. You know what I mean? Like Like, I'll tell you the truth, even if I feel like it's going to, be counterproductive to my own business. I know that anybody that goes out and looks for the truth is going to find it. And if I don't tell you the truth, you're going to question, you know what I mean? When you do find the truth, you're going to be like, why didn't this guy just tell me the truth? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Great. Well, thanks for chatting.
No problem. It was my pleasure.
Yeah, appreciate you hosting a room all about it, and shout out to that one rando in the airport who told me about it.
Yeah, man.
Healing his drug addiction. So
Yeah.
that's what I was just curious if you've maybe heard of anything else along the spectrum of what people have healed from it, aside from just producing energy in their lives, but maybe what have they?
You see, you try to get away from, like, how do I say it? Like, making any sort of claims. At least I do.
Yeah.
I'll say one thing. Where my warehouse is, I have a guy who has no connection to Seamoss, nothing. The only reason why he knows Seamoss is because I have that warehouse there. And he came to me recently and was like, "Yeah, I hear you got this health stuff. I have just got diagnosed with cancer, and I was wondering if you could, if this would be good for me." So I gave him basically the free Seamoss. Told him, like, whenever you need it, let me know. He's been taking it for about 3 months now. Plus, I give him some soursop leaves to make some tea, but not that much. But he came back recently to get more, and I was like, "How is it going for you?" And he's like, "Well, I feel a lot better. I feel like my health is better," and he looked better, just like his overall mood and stuff. He had lost a lot of weight, but he seemed pretty, like, up, like positive. And he said that, my doctor says my numbers are going down, and that whatever I'm doing to keep doing what I'm doing. So I'm doing the CMOS, so I'm going to keep doing the CMOS. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's, I guess, one benefit that I've seen firsthand through someone who's seen the results. But like I said, you try not to make these claims because everybody's different. And, so it helped with this guy cancer, but it's not guaranteed to help you with your cancer. You know what I mean?
Of course. I mean, that's also, based on whatever else I do in my life.
Exactly.
I smoke cigarettes every day and then eat Seamoss. There's some. Not to say that cigarettes are like the worst thing out there, but it's just one of those classic, like,
Yeah.
lifestyle. And if you have cancer, he might be making more changes to his lifestyle. Hopefully.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I'm also coming from. Sometimes there's the whole world of advanced alternative medicine that's ready not to make curative claims because that's sketchy, but to make like what they have they have patients essentially, and you're more in the distribution, so you have customers and not clients. If that, I guess that's a really narrow distribution. I mean, sorry, differentiation.
Yeah.
But it's cool that you do have that experience. I'm just curious how many more people, like if there were certain healthcare practitioners that say supplement with CMOS instead of this multivitamin, maybe they would be able to help attribute studies with what your work is capable, like what your product is capable of. If that makes sense.
No, it does, and it brings up a good idea where it's like maybe I should start pooling some of the people that like that buy from me, because most of the people that are buying from me are dealing with the health people directly, whether they're selling the gels or making it into powders or whatever. You know what I mean? They're seeing more people with health issues than I am.
Right. So maybe it's like, if it's small and simple like reviews, or if it's highly advanced like making its way into medical studies. So that could be, which could be fun, because especially if you have a very measured level of production, then that would be a cool intro into the the scientific study world. And then you can say, this was used in this study, and that would be a fact, you know.
Yeah.
Like, this was the brand that's used in the study or whatever. But just thoughts out loud in terms of, like, me ask. You know, I know that I was asking, most people said energy, or sorry, most. You guys both said energy, but I'm curious if there's other properties that are useful that also help in your production, in the acquisition of clientele or customers or something.
There is a website called Detox and Cure. They sell Seamoss, but they also have a huge resource of information about some of the known benefits, and they have sort of like the data and the research that backs up like where they found this information to kind of corroborate with what they're saying that Seamoss can do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Detox and Cure.
Yes. Detoxandcure.com. Yeah.
Great. I'm headed there.
Yes.
All right. Well, I appreciate you guys. Enjoy the evening, and I'll catch you around the airwaves.
Yeah, we usually try to do the shows Sunday nights and Wednesdays. So look out for us in the evenings, usually after 9:30. And if you have more questions or even you want to share your experience, you know what I mean, on it, or if you're curious about getting into the business side of it, you know, it's very, I guess, lucrative is the word to use on how you can make money from the CMOS. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Hey, did you want to say something, Todd? I noticed you unmuted your mic.
No, I was just gonna say good night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks for that. Good night, and I'm glad you're back to jump back into conversation with him. So, yeah, enjoy the evening. Thank you, guys.
No problem, Kelsey. Thank you for passing by and gracing us with your presence.
Sure thing.
You're welcome.
Detoxandcure.com.
Yes.
I'm glad I gleaned that. Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Cheers.
Cheers. Take care.
All right.
So someone here had a question that I didn't get a chance to. It says, how long can you leave gel soaking on the counter? I wouldn't leave gel soaking on the counter more than 24 hours without putting it in the fridge. That's my view. Now, I've never done any tests to see how long it can last on the counter. Anytime I've done it more than 24 hours, I've thrown it out. Just as a matter of precaution. Mm-hmm.
You think after 24 hours soaking in the water, like starts to get bacteria or something, or it's just because it starts to turn into gel to like, you know, starting to get too soft?
I think it's the bacteria. I have no proof about it, but to me, like it's like meat. Like I wouldn't leave raw beef on the counter, on the fridge all day outside of the fridge because it would get too much bacteria. So I would treat like sea moss like it's like raw, like meat, you know. And that's another thing too. I wouldn't do any double dipping or anything like that. Like every time you put that spoon in that jar, that spoon needs to be clean. Yeah, sterilized if possible.
Yeah, dipping back in can like increase the speed with which it molds and stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of times the people will get upset and say, "Oh, my thing got spoiled or went off bad." And when you start doing the research, you'll find out that it was because they weren't, handling it properly. Which is, unfortunate. But I think you also got to keep an eye when you buy the product and make sure that you buy it from someone that you kind of like know and trust. You know what I mean? Because look, this girl bought the girl Kelsey was talking about how she bought it from a person and it had mold on it. You know what I mean? And for some people, I can't speak for everyone, but I'm sure there are some sellers out there that are very profit driven, or the way that they've had their business set up. It's almost like, they can't afford to lose even one jar of CMOS,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so they might take the risk and sell it even though it looks off or whatever. I don't know. You know, anything's possible. That's for sure.
Yeah. What were they saying earlier regarding the flavoring in the sea moss?
I'm not quite sure. You talked a few things about the flavoring in the sea moss, and let me just go back and see on some of the comments.
Yeah, I just got a message in the back channel that that's what the topic was. By the time I came in, it moved on, but I was just wondering if there was anything, important that was said or anything.
Hmm. No, not too much. I think someone was saying I sent you a message before the live about the flavored powder. Some say it's a no-no, and I think my thing was kind of like, well, who's saying a no-no and why? And really,
Yeah.
it comes down to what your like. Do your research and due diligence on a product to understand what makes the product the way it is and what makes it the way it's not, and then understand. Then you'll understand whether or not the flavor is good. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
I think as a powder, there's nothing wrong with flavored powders. You know what I mean? If it's coming from, say, natural fruits that were like freeze dried or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if it was, some chemical derivative or something like that, like that made that flavor, then yeah, of course it's no good for you. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like it's almost like it's too broad of a question. But the I don't know, the argument that a lot of these people have where they're like, oh, I would never put fresh fruits in my sea moss and this and that, and they get mad at people for doing it, and oh, the sea moss spoils it. Some people don't want, they need to have fruits in their sea moss. You know what I mean? They need, and so what's the difference? Like, what's the difference of them uh, taking some sea moss and then taking a shot of juice next to it? Do you know what I mean? Like, I guess for me, the only thing is like you have to be aware of the fact that if you're taking this fruit with this sea moss, then you're actually taking less sea moss because there's more fruit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And I mean, on our end, like over 90% of our customers are people who've never done CMOS before, CMOS gel before.
Yeah.
And when they have the unflavored version, they balk. They just completely balk at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have the a flavored version, and they're just a customer for life. It's such an acquired taste that we can't get everybody who needs this stuff to just lock in based off of the flavor when it's the
Mm-hmm.
raw gel with no, you know what I mean, with no
Mm-hmm.
fruit, no flavor, no anything. They just, no, I'm cool,
Yeah.
So now I think for people who've been on it for a while, then they're more in tune with what it tastes like, and they're not tripping. But the majority of where I'm just outside of Los Angeles. The majority of the people that we run into are new people, and they're not going for it unless it tasting good.
Yeah. Yeah, and everybody's journey is different. And who's to, lay judgment and say, you're better because you're not doing it? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's like, what the fuck do you care whether or not they have? I don't know. This is my just take on life in general. Too many people care too much about stuff that has nothing to do with them. Okay? Whether you eat fruit, whether you die from eating fruit, has no effect on my life whatsoever. Do you know what I mean? That's your choice, not mine. If I don't want to eat all that fruit. I don't, you know what I mean? And I don't want you coming and telling me I need to eat that fruit just because you think I need to eat it. Do you know what I mean? That's that's like me coming around and telling everybody, well, you know what, you need to eat Garcilaria because Garcilaria is this, and you know what I mean? It's like, no, man, fuck you. I'll eat what I want to eat. You know what I mean? And as long as I'm healthy about it, that's all that should matter. You know what I mean? And I'm happy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's the best way to be about it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like everybody needs. I get so many people like, man, it just makes a world of difference in my life. Nobody ever says, that I started taking, and it doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
so
I hated it.
if the flavor is going to be the hurdle, then I want to make it so that we can get to everybody out there, regardless if they don't like an original flavor, if they need it tasting great. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And everybody's journey is different. Do you know what I mean? Like most people will get to the point where they'll decide, you know what? It's like you said, it's an acquired taste in the beginning. And for some people it's a hurdle. But after you take it a certain time, you're going to decide, you know what? The fruits, I don't need the fruits. Why was I adding the fruits in it? You know what I mean? But until you get to that point, you shouldn't feel judged because you like fruits.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so what if it spoils faster? So what if it adds less CMOS? Like, you just take more of it. You know what I mean? I find a lot of times these people that hate on these other people, it's because they're using it as a way to try and differentiate their products from these other products, and they know that these products are popular because of the flavors and stuff, and so like rather than stand on the merits of their product, they're like, oh, don't buy that, you need to buy this. Like, to me, you should never be saying to someone, don't buy that because you need to buy this. You know what I mean? You need to buy this because of this. Full stop. You don't need to tell anybody that they'll make up their mind on their own. You know?
Yeah. I definitely agree with that.
Yeah, like, stop hating on people's shit.
Free choice type thing. Open market, free choice, whatever works for not people trying to down people who are coming with the fruit flavor stuff versus the original or vice versa.
You don't need to, because the reality of this, you're not going to get every customer. It's impossible. And so there are just going to be people that, you know, like you said, for whatever reason, they need to have the flavor. That's their hurdle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And no information that you're going to tell them is going to change them that. You know? If anything, I would come out with a product. Like, here's the thing: if I was someone that was against, say, putting fruit in CMOS or something like that, and everybody wanted fruit in CMOS, I would figure out some way to either put the fruit in such a way so that it doesn't go bad, or I would just put the least amount of fruit and say, you know what, mine's got more CMOS, less fruit. You know, and just say that. You know. I want to keep it to core. Yeah, we have flavored, but it's just there to add to the flavor. It's not all, or we do 10% flavor, 90% C. Highlight the fact that you have more CMOS and or you do this to your CMOS to make it unique and it's almost like don't beat them, try to join them.
Yeah. Are you guys do gel over there, Julien, or no?
No, I don't do any gel at all. I don't have the time.
Yeah.
Plus, most of the people we sell to, they're making the gel, so that's kind of like an you know what I mean? Like, it's almost like it'd be counterproductive for me to compete with the people that I'm selling to. Yeah. So no, we don't make the gel. Although I thought about doing it, even like on a wholesale level.
Oh, just doing like bulk gel.
Yeah, that's something I don't understand why some of these other gel makers aren't doing. Like, I would be looking on, okay, I have my product line. How do I partner up with someone else who wants to sell these gels but doesn't want to make these gels? Because there is definitely a market out there of these people. Or for whatever reason, they don't have the time or the energy. Okay? One spot that comes to my mind, barbershops. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Imagine you teamed up with a barber and you say, "Hey, I'm going to put this little mini fridge on your because I had a client that was making CMOS and he was selling the gel to all his clients that were coming in for a haircut. And he would just put the fridge on the table and I told him, I said, just put it on the table, have a clear thing so that they could see what's in there. And I guarantee you, anybody that sits in your chair is going to ask you what's in the fridge. And then that's when you're like, oh, what's in the fridge? Oh, it's CMOS. Oh, I've heard of CMOS. What's it about? And then you're cutting his hair, and the whole time you're selling him on CMOS. Like if I was a barber, every guy who got a haircut would be walking. It would be almost part of the haircut. You know what I mean? I'd raise my prices to include a free jar of gel.
Yeah.
So that's where I would probably get into the gel. Would be to wholesale it to stores or wholesale it to barbershops and stuff, and then have them kind of slap in their own label, their own branding, and then I'm just responsible for refilling them once a week with what they sell.
Okay.
I think that's a huge market that people are not utilizing. Because if you could go to a guy, even a guy that's already selling gels, if you came to them and said, "Look, I'll make your gels," and it might cost you $2 more per gel for me to make it, but you don't have to spend the time to make it. You don't have to invest in the CMOS to buy it. You just buy the gels when you're ready to buy the gels. It's no brainer. You can even go back to all the stores that you sold the raw to. I just did the math on those, and then go and sell them gels later on as a byproduct. You know what I mean? Say I have the gels already made now. And I'll put your label on them. Give me a label, and I'll put your label on them and let you put them in your own store.
So how would you get around the shelf life thing? Would you just freeze them until they're ready?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, guaranteed. That's another thing I'm surprised these guys aren't doing is freezing. Like me as a gel company or a guy making gel, I'd pick maybe 2 days out of the week where I would just make nonstop gel and just have enough for like a month's supply so that I can just focus, you know what I mean? Like it's almost like I would probably make enough for 2 months and make it once every 2 months, the gel. Pick 2 days and you know what I mean? Make it all up and freeze it, and then just spend the rest of my time selling it. And then as it gets low. Yeah. Put a little space on it so that you can Sharpie the date on it when you sell it to them. Say, here's the date of expiry.
Yeah, that's what we do. There's a batch thing. There's a line for the batch date and all that on there, so that when you get it, it says what day it was made. So
yeah, it would have to be different though if you're freezing it. It would be like the day you pulled it out of the freezer.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because instead of it being the day you actually made it in the blender, if you're freezing it, say you made it and then you froze it for a week, would the batch date be the actual day that you pull it out the freezer, or the day you made it in the blender?
Well, in some ways, I think you might want to put 2 dates, right? So there would be the made on date, and then the defrost date, or I would put the best before date, which would be 2 weeks or 3 weeks after you pulled it out of the freezer. Or even just keep it in the freezer if you're selling it in the stores. That's one company that I've seen where they and what I think they did is they gave the freezer, like they basically put the freezer in the store. So they bought the freezer and they fill up the freezer with their gels and everything, and it's got a clear window in the front so you can see what's inside, and then they leave it in the store. And I think they just come, you know what I mean? They do a count once a month or once every couple of weeks, and they rotate the inventory and then charge them for what's sold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And if you could do a store that you're making $500 a month or something, and you have 5 stores, that's $2,500. That's where I think a lot of these people are missing the planning, in a sense, is that they have to really understand how much profit they're making per product, and then the cost and the time to make that product, and then how quickly can they sell that product, and to who, and how much of it can they sell in a certain amount of time. And then to take those numbers, once you have that information, then you could look at the affordability on how to get people to do the task that you're doing, so that you can almost remove yourself out of that job. Like any business, and this is something that I see a lot of people making a mistake in the business. Any business that you're in, You really only want to be in it long enough to get it going so that it's rolling, and then you want to be able to step away and put people in place, because otherwise you then become a slave to your business, right? And you then develop this dependency on it where it's almost like no one can take it over, no one can run it but you. And so, you know what I mean? Like, I had a friend, I used to be a DJ back in the days. And so we used to hang around this record store in Toronto called Play the Record. And I got to know the owner, right? This guy, Eugene. And this guy, Eugene, because of the way his business was set up, he had to be in the store every day, all the time. You know what I mean? To even now, I think he sold the store to someone else and he's still in the store working there, because it's almost like the business is so tied to him that the business wouldn't run without him.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And so you don't want to be in a business where you are forever tied to it.
Yeah.
Like, my whole plan from get-go is to get this business to a point where it can be automated and I can hire people to do all the work. You know, there's certain work that only I can do, right? I get that, right? But for the most mundane stuff and the most daily stuff, like, I'm not going to be packing Seamoss for the rest of my life. I can't. You know what I mean? We won't grow if that's the case.
Yeah.
So you have to build a business knowing that you're going to have to pass this off to somebody.
Yeah. Make it scalable.
It's always got to be scalable. Otherwise, like I said, you're going to be a slave to that job and you're going to hate it. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be like living life. You know what I mean? I don't want to be worrying about packaging Seamoss for the next 20 years or however long we're doing this. You know, I want to get into new products and start launching those. You know what I mean? Like, my next thing I'm going to get into is honey.
Yeah, with the bees.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah, I'm going to be big on honey. In some ways, everything that I'm learning now with the Seamoss is going to be reutilized in what I do with the honey. Yeah. So it's like, I'll take this business, get it to the point where we can have like a team running it and it kind of operates with minimal supervision. And then I'll start putting that same energy that I did into this into starting a business selling honey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's lots of good honey everywhere, but no one really knows how to access it. Like, think about that. If I told you right now, give me a gallon of fresh, real honey, do you know where to buy it?
Nope, not offhand.
No, but there's
Etsy or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but there's beekeepers and honey. I guarantee you in your state and anywhere around you. You know what I mean? If you just kind of, but the problem is most beekeepers, they're not good marketers. They're not good at selling their products or getting people to be aware of their product, right? And so that's one of my goals with St. Lucia is I'm going to go down there and develop a program which will allow us to increase the capacity for production and then take that additional capacity and export it. Because right now I think what it is the quality of honey is really high, but there's not enough people making it to justify exporting it to any, like, it's almost like there's not enough to meet the demand on the island, and they're making so much money off the Seamoss off the island, or sorry, the honey off the island, that it doesn't make sense for them to um, save up enough honey to export it to a country that would take enough honey to make it justifiable for that. You know what I mean? Because some countries are not going to, they're going to want a ton of Seamoss, not like a few barrels. Otherwise, it's not point. There's no point of them, and these guys are not producing enough to give them that level because their mind was like, why produce more honey than we need, and we flood the market and lower the price. Right? They got a point, but it's like you can't grow with that mentality. So, yeah. I'd also like to get into various fruits and other herbs and stuff. And then I also think there's a business to be made developing products for other people. You know what I mean? To sell and like the bringing in sour salt leaves or bringing in cocoa sticks or other local St. Lucian products that they have. I want to start kind of being that trader that trades all that stuff. Hmm. Just thinking if there's anything else that we should talk about. Anybody, let me know if any of you guys have any questions or anything. I mean, I could talk forever about CMOS. I just it really kind of like I don't know. I feel like sometimes it's better when I have someone leading the questions, or because I sometimes I just rant on CMOS. I could just like talk my own ear off. I guess. Hmm. Just trying to think. Let me go back to the post here because I did say I was going to discuss a few topics on CMOS. So I'm wondering if I have that list. Look at that. Someone's got purple CMOS in stock. Let's see here. Oh, I think I was looking for advice and tips on how to start and grow your CMOS business. That was one of the things, and how to bring it to six figures. Join us in our clubhouse. Well, guess I didn't have any specific ones. Maybe just talking about scaling the CMOS and how to turn it into a six-figure business. Uh, so someone says, could you provide links where to get the information on the CMOS? It seems the information is so scarce, but I know it's out there. Yes, there is lots of information out there. And if you send an email to, I'm going to put it in the comments here, St. Lucian Seamoss at Gmail. Send me an email there saying looking for CMOS links, and I will send you all the links that I have on all the CMOS research, plus the different articles and PDFs that I have on the subject. A lot of it is also on cultivation, so you understand how CMOS cultivation really works, and why it's better for the environment to get CMOS that has been cultivated as opposed to taking it from wild stocks, which are terribly damaging. Like it's very bad for the environment to remove the CMOS from the wild stocks. One of the things that actually happens when you take the CMOS from the wild, it forces a lot of the marine life to then go to the farms to feed off the sea moss that they would normally find growing in the wild. And in some situations, there's been issues where marine life has been caught up in the gear of the sea moss farms, and they wouldn't be caught up into it if they had their own source of food supply to eat. But they don't, because people are going in and diving in and harvesting it, because our you know our belief is that this wildcrafted is somewhat incredibly better um, than the sea moss that's being cultivated, which is untrue. At least I believe it's untrue, because I've not seen any evidence that shows me that the stuff in the wild is significantly better. I mean, for the most research that I've done and seen, the stuff that's cultivated starts as stock from the wild, so there's not much difference, and it's being cultivated in the same environment where the wild is found, so it's getting the same environment and nutrients. So I don't know. Yeah. I wish that people, I wish they would do more research into the understanding of CMOS before they decide that they're going to, choose wildcrafted over cultivated. I also find or see or believe that most of the people that are like these like wildcrafted enthusiasts or whatever, these guys were all, I'll only take wildcrafted. They have no idea the difference between sea moss that was grown in a farm versus sea moss that was, taken from the wild. They just know what they think. They have no proof. They've never even tried the other stuff, according to them. They've only done wildcrafted. So how do you know that there's a difference? You don't. You don't know anything. You know what I mean? You haven't done any tests to prove your beliefs. So I don't know. I'm against the overall um, taking of the sea moss from its natural environment. You know what I mean? And those that are, I guess, the wildcrafted fanatics or whatever, the first thing they'll say is like, oh well, you have to say that because you farm sea moss and stuff like that. But the truth is that we don't really like. I mean, we have sea moss farms, but we buy sea moss, and we buy sea moss that's been died for, and we buy sea moss that's been grown on the line. In fact, many of the farmers that have sea moss farms are not even harvesting from their farms, because right now there's such an abundant supply of wild sea moss that they're just going and getting it from the wild. But I still believe that this is not good for the environment, and that it's better to get from the cultivation sources. You know, out of all the sea moss that I handle, I honestly don't see a difference. You know, and in fact, unless we knew that this sea moss came from a diver and this one came from a farmer, it's very hard to tell whether or not it was dived or not. We only know because of who we're buying it from, right? If we didn't have such a good relationship, they could tell us differently. Makes me wonder too, like how many people are really getting told the truth as to where they're getting the sea moss. Because if it came down to a guy eating or not eating, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't want to say that that's like always going on, but I'm willing to bet. You know what I mean? Like I'll put my money on it. You know what I mean? That if someone had a choice to eat or tell you the truth or eat, they're going to eat. You know what I mean? They're going to tell you that it's wildcrafted, even if it's not. So I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be saying that. I don't know. For me, it's like if there was a difference, if I saw there was a noticeable difference between one or the other, I honestly would just keep my mouth shut and let everybody argue and fight it out, and I would just mind my business, right? But I know from my experience and what I've seen firsthand that there isn't a difference, and so that I know that this misinformation that people are giving out is affecting a lot of people, because people are not buying CMOS because they think that it is of a lower quality, and that's not true, right? And so that's where, for me personally, I take offense, because it's not just about me and the CMOS that I'm selling, but the people that are working in this industry, whose entire livelihoods are staked on whether or not someone buys the CMOS or not. And for someone to kind of spread this information, like the wild crafted or the CMOS harvested for the wild is better, especially because they think that the nutrients come from a rock, which is scientifically impossible. I have to say something. You know what I mean? Especially if I know the truth. I can't just sit there and say, "Oh, I'll let everybody sort it out." You know what I mean? People are suffering because other people are not doing the research to understand what is really going on in the CMOS world, and what these people are marketing. Yeah. But yeah, as for providing these links and these information, I think everybody should be reaching out to me and asking me for more information on this stuff. Everybody should be trying to read books like the CMOSology, or some other any book that someone's producing on CMOS. Everybody should be going on to this site. I'm going to put the link in here for Detox and Cure. Right, here's that I always post this link. I think everybody should try and check this one out. It's called Uncovering the Wildcrafted Sea Moss Myth, and it really goes into this understanding of like wildcrafted and why people are always trying to choose wildcrafted, and it debunks a lot of the information that's talked about sea moss. You know what I mean? So I feel like it's a good starting point to open your mind and advance your knowledge about this product that you're probably selling or taking. There's another link that they have too called the Ultimate CMOS Guide. I think this is a must read for anybody in CMOS, whether you're a seller or a user. You should be reading this link here, the Ultimate CMOS Guide. Definitely, 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 definitely. Oh, so let's see if there's any more questions, or anything anybody wants to talk about more. Um, Otherwise, I am going to kind of start shutting it down. I'm getting up to my 4 hour limit. Um, well, I've always said there's a hard cutoff at 1 o'clock, but I never actually listened to my own self, and so I don't know. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to stop talking about CMOS, but at the same time, I'm not sure what to talk about CMOS. So those that are still here watching, help me out, and you know, just put a question up there. Like there's no question too small or too stupid, or even if I've repeated it, 1,000 times before. If you have a question, please put it there, and I'll answer a few more questions, and then we'll call it a night, and come back Wednesday. You know. And with that, I'm going to go and just take a quick drink break, and you guys think of some questions, and I'll be right back. I'm back. So here's the question: is there a major difference in purple, gold, or green sea moss benefit wise? um, there's nothing that I can confirm with tests as the difference. My personal experience is that the gold is probably the mildest out of the three, and I think it's the best sea moss to take for everyday use and for those that are new to sea moss. The purple tends to be higher in a sort of like a fishy taste and smell, and I believe it has higher levels of say zinc and not nitrogen, iodine definitely, and a few other minerals. A lot of the nutrients and the minerals, I believe, are taken out when you produce the gold sea moss, and so the purple and the green and even the full spectrum will tend to have a stronger level of say nutrients. Now, that's not to say that they're better than one's better over the other. Like I said, for everyday use, I think the gold is best, and for first time users, I think the gold is best. It's only after your body has sort of become accustomed to taking CMOS on a regular basis that you want to increase it and say try the gold, or sorry, the purple or the green. My experiences with the green in particular is that it's very like more of a cleansing thing. I found that I was using the washroom, whether it be a bowel movement or having to urinate, a lot more often on green sea moss than if I was taking the gold or the purple. So I hope that answers your question. And actually, one thing we could do quickly while we're here, I can share my screen and show you what I have on our Instagram page, because a lot of people miss this on our Instagram page, but we have an area for harvesting. All right. And I'm going to just turn music, and I'll turn on the sound here so you can hear it.
Okay, so I have a juice bar.
Yes.
And
GCJ, she's really cool.
But I've been.
These are some of the live streams that I had, the original live streams, where I would do this outside my house in St. Lucia. So this here is I'm cleaning the sea moss in this picture. So this is all wildcrafted sea moss. This is sea moss that we had someone go out and dive for. Right?
You want to be in the video? No?
And yeah, we're cleaning this. This is like outside my front yard. This was actually one of the first tests. Like, it was like a test that my partner gave me to make sure that I knew I wasn't talking bad about making sea moss. He gave me no directions. He gave me no directions, no explanation. He just dropped the sea moss and said, "Here, start cleaning." I think the only thing he showed me to do was how to clean it. And then from there, I did everything else on my own, just from my own knowledge and experience. And so this right here, you'll see a video. This is the sea moss going through the bleaching process. And so when it starts brown, like in here, right, the brown there, in the next video, when the sun hits it, it tends to lose a lot of its color, and it'll go like a pinkish, like this pink color, before it turns into this all white. Right? And when they make the colored sea moss, like the green or the purple, they skip this process here, and they actually do it in the dark. And then in the dark, it turns really like a dark purple or a dark color. So We got some bags up on the wheel right now, and what I'm doing is I'm bleaching them. So it's all the before. Now I guess what you call the second phase of the process. We do this morning. I had that here at about 7 a.m. It's now gotten really hot, so I just want to open the bag a little. Let the Seamoss breathe a bit. I don't want it to get too hot and sort of like boil or cook. And so, yeah, I'm going to probably put this out for another hour or two, and then I'm going to take it out, clean it out, and set it on another rack to more dry. So I've done, and then I'll take it out. I found out later on the next day that me drawing, like, see how I was opening those bags and stuff, actually wasn't supposed to be doing that. I should have kept the bags closed. That's what I was told, that I had, like, that was the incorrect part of the step or something. But it still turned out great. This here now is a video showing the Seamoss after it's been bleached for that one day. And now it's kind of being laid out to dry. And so I'll continue the video so you can see what I'm saying. In the process, yeah, I'm going to probably put this out for another hour or two, and then I'm going to take it out. And that's the thing, and a lot of people don't realize too about this hard work when you're making the Seamoss. This whole process, I had to like monitor it pretty much like every half hour to every hour. And I also had to like I literally babysit this to make sure that there was no rain coming or it didn't rain, because the moment it gets wet, it's ruined. So if you had like 1,000 pounds drying and some of it gets wet, it's bad. It's no good. All right. So it's a lot of hard work. That's what I know. So this is the next stage in the process of processing Seamoss. Okay. Yesterday we had them in the bags. I had them out in sun bleaching. I don't know if you remember one of the original pictures. I'll try and post it. Is where the Seamoss was all brown, like a dark golden brown. This is what it looks like after it's been bleached, and so it turns a very translucent, like white blonde, like a white yellow. Some places get really white. I mean, the idea is you want to try and make sure bleach is even as possible. And then you put it out in the sun here, and then we just leave it to dry. And then I come out every so often, and I'll turn it over, and I'll make the bottom part slip to the top, and just let the cool breeze. Yeah. Basically, let the cool breeze dry it out. So you heard the Seamoss salt could be used for benefits. Yes, that is totally true. My business partner actually took a course in St. Lucia where they looked at all the different products that could be made from Seamoss and all the byproducts and stuff like that. And so the Seamoss salt has lots of trace nutrients and micronutrients in it. Exactly what there is, I don't know, to be honest with you. But I know that just like with Himalayan sea salt, the salt is derived from all the minerals in the ocean, and so you'll have those traces in there. I think some of the uses that the salt would be good for is in baths, like Epsom salts, in any kind of like facial scrubs, because it's got like an abrasive quality to it. It's kind of like a silica sand to it. So I think that would be cool. I think it would be cool to make products like bath bomb products with it. You know what I mean? Because you have that like original sea smell and feel to the water. You know what I mean? It'd be like swimming in the ocean. So that's some benefits with the Seamoss salt. I know a lot of farmers in St. Lucia use it to kill insects. So they'll spray it on the leaves to kill the slugs. because slugs will come out and destroy your crop, and this salt will dry out the slug and basically kill it. So it doesn't harm the vegetables. So those are a few quick benefits about the sea moss salt. But I mean, how do you say it? It's like there's so much information out there that it's almost like you need to go out and search, spend some time, and you will see you'll probably find benefits that I didn't even know existed. I guess that's my whole point. Is like everybody needs to kind of do their part to go learn and share the information so that we all advance our knowledge, because the more people that are going out and asking the question, the more answers we're going to get. You know what I mean? If there's only 5 people asking the question, then we're limited by the number of possible answers, you know? And so I think it's important that we try to learn as much as we can. And you're not going to learn it all from one person. You're not going to learn all you need to know about CMOS from me, right? You shouldn't even do that. You should be like taking everything that I say and going and fact checking it and saying, okay, is Julian full of shit, or did he just make that up, or what's real? Because even if you go and you find the information and you realize I am talking stuff, it's like the knowledge that you gain by getting to that point is going to be beneficial to you. You know what I mean? Because you'll find stuff that you didn't expect to find, and you'll learn stuff that you didn't expect to learn. And so, it's important to try and take every opportunity you can to expand your knowledge, especially if you're serious about this as a business. The more you know, the more of authoritative position you can take, the more leverage you have. You know, my knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. You know what I mean? The knowledge I have for CMOS gives me the power to come up and say what I'm saying. You know what I mean? But how do I say it? It's like I don't have to be the only person that holds this. Anybody can have this power. You know what I mean? The power is for everybody to take it, but few people decide to take it. That's something I see as an issue. More of us need to put this power and knowledge in our hand. We need, like, really, there should be like 50 people in this room watching this video. That's what something that like amazes me and confuses me at the same time. It's like, how do we have a CMOS group of 6,000 people in it, but yet you never have more than 10 or 15 people in the live stream? You know what I mean? And I see like so many people interested in wanting to know about how to grow their business, but when I put this title, like, let's do a live stream and we're going to talk about it, like, how many people are really here? And I don't care what anybody says. I've dropped some serious like knowledge tonight. Like, who's taking you and showing you the back end of their Facebook ad manager and showing you what ads they created and the creative that they use, and how they're bidding low on the structure on which they're structuring their campaigns to maximize their return on dollars. Like, why is there not more people in this business? I mean, in this live stream tonight is, anyways, I can rant and complain all day, but I'll say this: those that are here now, those that watch this video later, they're the ones that are going to have the advantage over those that don't. And so maybe it is better that there isn't 50 people in this room, you know? That was quite a rant right there. Actually, you're not the only one here. I have one person on YouTube and 2 people on Facebook. And to be honest, like, how do I put it? I'm not doing this so much for the amount of people that are there. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing this so that 50 people can come in this room and I feel good about myself because I got 50 people here. I'm doing this because it's for the 3 people that show up that are very serious about their CMOS. If I can give them some leverage or some advice or some direction on how to go about their business in a better way, do you know what I mean? Then that's my service to this industry. That's the work that I'm almost obligated to do for all the people that come to my site and purchase off me. Do you know what I mean? And that's where people forget, like, that's how blessings work. Like, you don't do things for people so that they can do something directly back from you. If you work on that model, you're going to be forever disappointed in your life. You know what I mean? Like, all the time. Okay? True blessings don't come directly from the person you help. It comes from an area that you'll never see coming. Do you know what I mean? That's why you just got to do the work and just be there for people when you can, however you can. You know what I mean? Wherever God's put you in that position, you got to be there to just serve. And that's why I'm doing these videos, because to me, it's the service that I'm doing for the industry, because I'm getting so much back. And so I believe that me giving you this knowledge to you is blessing you, but God sees how I'm doing this for you, and he's going to bless me in a different direction. That's it's facts. You know what I mean? So I really hope that those that are here are able to take the information that I'm sharing and really run with it, and really sort of I don't know, like, I don't want to say follow your dreams, but you know what I mean? Just, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Surprise yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like, push yourself to beyond the point that you believed was possible for yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like, challenge yourself. Get yourself to because the truth is, if, like, there's nothing extraordinary about me. There's nothing like I don't want to say there's nothing special, because I like to think I'm special. But I mean, whatever I know, anybody else can know. Whatever I'm doing, anybody else can do it. This is not some specialist like work. Do you know what I mean? It's just you got to do the work. That's it. You know what I mean? And those that are doing the work, those that are spending the time, those that are staying up till 1:40 a.m. to listen to me talk, those are the ones that are going to make it past those that aren't doing this stuff, that aren't here, that are not trying to like, that aren't dedicated to growing their business in any way that they can, you know. So you should be proud of yourself for being here and listening to me rant. And with that said, I'm gonna, let's see if there's any more questions, and then maybe we'll call it a night. That way we're not burning ourselves out, and we'll be all refreshed for next Wednesday. you know. And I think next Wednesday I'm really gonna push a lot of conversation on something that I've been thinking in my head, and I'm really getting to the point where I feel like it's I have to find people to kind of help formulate this plan, because I don't think it's a plan that one person can sort of come up with and it be fair for everybody. You know what I mean? And so the idea and the plan is how do we create some sort of organization or association on in North America, where we are pooling our resources to get better rates on products that most of us are all using on a consistent basis. How do we work together to get insurance for ourselves? How do we stabilize the market so that the prices are fair based on the volume that one is purchasing? You know what I mean? Like I've said it earlier, I don't believe that someone who's buying 20 pounds should be paying the same price as someone who is buying 1,000 pounds or even 100 pounds. And I feel that those that are buying less than 100 pounds really shouldn't be getting it directly from St. Lucia. Like the amount of fees and shipping costs that you're paying just to say you get it for a certain price, it's almost like you when you add it all up and all the work that you have to do, it would have been better served getting it from someone who just shipped to you. You know what I mean? And so, and I think ultimately the farmers are the ones who are going to benefit better, because part of the reason why sales are so wonky, where one day people are selling, the next day people aren't, is because there's not a proper flow in the market where, you know I mean, you have your wholesaler, or your distributor, your wholesaler, and your retailer. It's like the retailer is getting it for the same price as the wholesaler. You know what I mean? But the retailer is not investing and moving the same amount of money, the same amount of product as the distributor. Do you know what I mean? So the farmer that's dealing with this one person, and they're spending all that money in fees, when that fees for shipping could be going into the profits of the distributor, the seller, who then would take it and reinvest it in buying more CMOS. Like, I think that's the biggest thing that I can't wrap my head around, is basically, why are we having a system where a lot of the seller's money is going into shipping? Do you know what I mean? And the logistics of bringing it there, when we can have one organization or one person that's bringing it in for everybody. And as long as it's chopped fairly, we all should benefit, you know? And really, like, I don't care. Like, you guys are going to hate me, jealous Sarah, saying this, but like, the difference that you're paying between $20 and $16 is not huge when you break it down to the jar level. You know what I mean? And the amount of money that you're saving on those jars, if you even focused your time and energy on better marketing and sales, you wouldn't need to get it for that price. So why are we forcing this cheap price for? When really you guys should be focusing and forcing better marketing skills, better advertising, so that you can hit more markets. You know what I mean? Because the truth is, these farmers, not I don't want to say that they're suffering, but they're not getting paid the fair wage that they should be getting paid for the work that they're doing. You know what I mean? And in fact, now it's like they're probably working almost twice as hard this year as they were this time last year. Why? When there's enough room in the market for all of us to get paid? You know what I mean? If we balanced it and work together properly, you know. I don't know. That's my view. So that's one of the things I know. Whether we talk about it next Wednesday or we talk about it at some point, I really want to try and get people in there and hear what their views and opinions are on how the best structure an organization that would be beneficial to all um, people in the industry, like suppliers and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, why are everybody going to different manufacturers to get packaging when we could, you know, go research and find a few vendors that do good packaging and negotiate a special rate on behalf of everybody. You know what I mean? And then we all sell. I don't know. That's just some thoughts. You know. So I guess if no one has any more questions, I'm gonna kind of end it out here. We're reaching that 4 hour mark of me talking. It's crazy how the time goes, how quickly it goes. So, thank you so much, guys, for listening to me talk, and I hope that those that watch this get some value out of it. I hope none of my words or opinions have offended or upset anybody. That's not my intention, although I do think it's important for me to kind of be able to explore my thoughts in an open environment without fear of people judging me or questioning me. You know what I mean? So I'm grateful for that, and yeah, I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation in the next few days, and hopefully you guys can all join me, and we'll have a discussion on CMOS. So thank you so much, guys, and I look forward to seeing you guys soon. I really appreciate every one of you. Thank you.